Hi there, good morning and welcome along to another day here at the MODUS Super Series. It's Wednesday, which means a winner will be crowned in Group A. Paul Nicholson alongside me. It's looking likely that we know who that winner's going to be.
I think so, but this is the MODUS Super Series and funny things can happen, but then again, not every week do we handle the excellence of someone like Raymond Smith.
Well, let's have a look back at what happened yesterday, and Raymond Smith was the main man once again. Yeah, he was the main man, but Danny van Tripe certainly wasn't. He mirrored what happened to Ciaran Teehan the day before and ended up losing all of his matches.
I don't think yesterday is something that Danny wants to remember, but I applaud Ciaran Teehan because he fought and he scrapped and he made a small change with his flights and it made all the difference because after that he did play a little bit better.
Yeah, Tien getting his first victories. Adam Atkinson actually had quite a decent day, but it looks like that trio will be going into Group C.
Yes, I would assume so. When it comes to the top three, nothing's changed from Monday to Tuesday. Even though Adam had an improved day yesterday, I expect him to go into Group C.
Despite the dominance of Raymond Smith, perhaps this man here is the surprise package of the week.
Undoubtedly. I didn't know a great deal about him coming into this week, but I like what I see. He's got a lot of energy. He looks like he's not tiring at all, and I think he's enjoying it.
And we don't know if the pair that have travelled from down under are tiring or not, but certainly they're not showing signs of it. Robb, yeah, not as prolific yesterday as he was the day before, but Raymond Smith, I mean, he did lose a match, but his level was arguably higher than it was on Monday.
Honestly, when I went away from the studio yesterday, I had to double check that he lost something. He was that good, but the one game he did lose was to Robb, of course, but it was just fabulous all day long.
Yeah, Raymond Smith running the show here at the MODUS Super Series so far. Let's have a look at the table going into the last day of action in Group A. Remember, just one player goes through. If we can get that table now, I think we can. And Raymond Smith, 4 points clear now. Look, we said it looks like he's through, but he's got everyone to play. If Jeroen can carry on his run, if Robb can beat him again, don't forget he missed match starts to beat him on Monday as well. Are we being too generous to Raymond Smith?
Maybe a tiny bit, but the fact is Raymond's strength should carry him far today. You know for a fact he's not going to be too tired. Anyone who can handle jet lag earlier in the week is going to be fine on a Wednesday, let's put it that way. But Robb is going to gun for him early. If he doesn't make inroads in the first two rounds of play today, then it will be sealed.
Well, there are three players in this group that are heading to the World Championship. So far, pretty good preparation for the top two, Smith and Robb. Disastrous preparation for Danny van Tripe at this point.
Try and find the positives. It hasn't gone your way the first couple of days, but try and incrementally improve today. He's going to be playing for the next 2 days, so this is a real slog for him this week. He's going to be playing a lot of darts, and if he can figure something out by the end of the week, you just never know.
Right, your chance to crunch some numbers. I know you like analysing the stats, and this is what the Six did yesterday. I mean, standout, isn't it? Raymond Smith, 65.52% on the checkout.
Just try and figure this out for a second. He averaged 96 for the day, which in itself is quite amazing for the MODUS Super Series. He only had 3 maximums. He only had 3. So that's averaging 1 every 2 matches. That's ridiculous. But we can't stay away from that 65% on the checkouts for the day. That was remarkable. You do not see that very often at all.
Yeah, you said look for the positives as well for Danny van Tripe. Now, maybe there was a bit of a kind of false scenario yesterday because he lost his 5 matches. But if you look there, 3.3 points better than the bottom players in the group in terms of the averages. Maybe it just wasn't his day.
He wasn't winning the key battles yesterday. He was missing a lot of doubles going around certain parts of the board as well. He's leaving 40s, splitting tops, splitting 10s and missing 5s. That was happening too often. Can't afford to do that over Thursday and Friday. As for today, he just needs more positivity.
Right, let's talk about Raymond Smith more because he deserves it and he could be on course for a record-breaking week, a record-breaking group here at the Super Series. We've seen some of the finishes that he's produced with that incredible 65% success rate yesterday. If he wins all 5 matches today, he's going to match the record of wins in the group. It looks like he's going to smash the record of leg difference, which is plus 30. He's already on plus 26.
Just imagine, though. I mean, I pitched this scenario with Chris Mason yesterday. If he was to have the same day as Monday, where he picked up all 10 points and plus 14, he could smash the leg difference record by 10. Now, you may think that that's a little bit silly, but it's incredibly possible because of the focus that he's got. He'll want to put in as big a performance today as he did on Monday.
Yeah, he is playing Adam Atkinson in the opening match of the day, the ADC qualifier. We can see him getting a victory over him here. And Smith has won 4-0 and 4-1 against Atkinson. Is everyone now in the position where it's a bit like playing Phil Taylor or Michael Van Gogh if you're at the top level of the game, where it's a sort of bonus match?
The thing is, if you didn't know anything about Raymond, or not much at all, you know a great deal from the practice room. You know how chilled he is, you know how focused he is, you know how good he is up there. He doesn't give you any information. He's very much a poker player when it comes to playing the match. But I think we're starting to understand why he's playing in the Worlds for the second year in a row and why he made the last 16 last year. Let's face it, we said something yesterday, all of us. He's a tour player. He plays like one, he proves it, and I think he'll do it again. Yeah,
quick reminder of what happened in this fixture yesterday. Raymond Smith taking out a 120 to win the match 4-0. He's on a run of straight legs, won his last 2 matches 4-0, Raymond Smith, and he's just looking to carry on riding that wave. Come on then, Paul, prediction. Now, usually at this point I'll say predict who's going to win the group or who's going to win the match. I'm going to ask you if you think Raymond Smith will win all 5 matches today.
I think he probably will. And I suppose the only day I think he's going to lose is his birthday, which was yesterday. How funny is that? But yeah, I think he can do it. I think when you look at the strength of McEwen, the strength of Osborne when they've made their 28 points in a group, I think he can do it. And I think he'll definitely get that leg difference record as well.
Everybody loves Raymond so far here at the MODUS Super Series. He takes on Adam Atkinson in the first of 15 matches on Wednesday. And Paul Nicholson is going to head to the commentary box to join Chris Mason.
Thank you, Murph. Thank you, Nico. Well, everybody loves Raymond except Adam Atkinson, because he's been on the end of a bit of a shellacking from Raymond Smith. And I mean, there was a huge, huge void in the averages yesterday across the course of the day. Nearly 18 points difference. And if that stays like that, it could be another 4-0 or another 4-1. And Raymond's priced up at a very attractive 1-3 when you actually crunch all the numbers. You wouldn't be shocked to see him at somewhere like
first leg. It's Raymond to throw first. Game on.
Adam's a big price 9-4, and for that very reason he's been priced at 9-4. Like I said, an 18-point gap in the averages yesterday. Over the course of 2 days, it's still a 14-point gap.
180.
What a start that is. For the man on the top of the table. Well, there's one area of his game that myself and Nico, if we were going to pick holes in it, it is the 180 column. 6 96 on Monday, just 3 yesterday, despite averaging 96 for the day. I mean, if he starts finding the maxes, Nico, I mean, who knows what could happen? Like you say, he's potentially could absolutely destroy
100.
The previous leg difference record. You know, beating it by 1 or 2 would be one thing, but he has the potential to produce something quite special.
Yeah, people have come pretty close in getting to that plus 30 in the past. But nobody's been in this position after 2 days. Now, here's the thing about Monday to Tuesday as well. We talked about how maybe he could have improved on his performance levels if he'd hit bullseyes on Monday. Yesterday, it's as if he listened, fixed it, because he got a stack of bullseyes yesterday. So you've already mentioned the 180s. If he fixes that, then I assume he's going to average 100 for the day.
Raymond, you require 164.
Yeah, well, he took out the biggest bullseye of them all yesterday, didn't he, with the 170. But like I say, if every element of his game comes together, I mean, we're not being overly critical here.
As you require 144.
You know, if he hits something like 9 180s today, which is very doable. Ben Robb hit 11 yesterday, and his finishing is around 65%. I agree, he could average 100 for the day.
128.
Adam started pretty buoyantly here, 64. But he hasn't had the darts here in leg 1, and he might lose the leg sitting on 16 after 12. Double 4.
60.
But he does get a chance.
Adam, you require 16.
A rare chance. And this is for a break of throw. he was the first player in the building today.
Game shot.
Adam Atkinson, when we arrived
Adam
at
Atkinson.
around 7:45 this morning. Atkinson was already on the board.
Second leg,
and
it's
I
Adam
like
to
that.
throw first. Game on.
I admire a player who is banging on the door first in the morning. Or as we call in the sport, doing a move.
Yeah, doing a Merv King. Usually first in and always hopes to be
40.
last out.
What's your favourite story about Merv being early to a venue? Because I remember he was in the Premier League and he was on, I think it was second or third game in Newcastle. And he was banging on the
100.
door at 10 to 12 in the morning.
I played him in, I think it was the Antwerp Open final. And that was another one of those that started ridiculously early in the morning. I was dead keen then, and I thought,
42.
there's no one going to be in here. And I managed to find someone to let me in at around about 8 o'clock in the morning. So it was a 9:30 registration for a 10 o'clock start. It was empty.
83.
Empty, and there was a couple of separate little practice rooms in there with probably 8 to 10 boards in each. All of a sudden, I could hear, as I was walking around, I could hear thud, 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 and I didn't even have to think twice who it was. Walks in the door. Who is it?
57.
Merv King.
It was Merv that took out Raymond Smith last year in the last 16 of the World Championship. But I tell you what, if
58.
Karel Sedlacek hasn't been watching the last couple of days because of what people have been saying on social media via different channels, I guarantee you he's getting information today. I'm already, without the conclusion of today and the rest of the week,
134.
I already can't wait for that game.
Yeah, already had the ingredients to be a bit of a thriller. Could be game of the round.
140.
And
it won't come across that way either.
No, it potentially could go under the radar and be one of those that we go, ooh, look at that.
We know. We weren't born
100.
yesterday. We know that that game has got a lot of potential.
120.
Two guys that do not have tour cards, but two of the best players that don't.
Yeah, absolutely. Two of the players that have produced before on that big stage.
100.
Smith can't produce the 120 for the break back, but this is a big ask for Atkinson. Not sure whether we even want the treble here. Treble 20 and ball. He wanted that treble.
78.
It wasn't close, really. It looks like it hit the 13 wire. Just outside the 25. And Smith comes back for 10s.
Game shot on the
I haven't seen him a
leg.
great deal
Raymond
on that double
Smith.
10 because he's been hitting tops with a lot of accuracy, and he does break back immediately in 16 darts.
Third leg, it's
Smith
Raymond
had
to
a-
throw first. Game on.
A couple of darts in leg one. Atkinson's had one at the ball in leg two. One also about right. It's interesting talking about Danny van Tripe as well. That
97.
whether this could be detrimental to his preparation, but it depends how you treat it. Yes, we've seen flashes from him, but he has another 3 days minimum of ultimately practicing in the
46.
perfect competitive environment to build towards that. And if there's any little area that he's not happy with, he's still got time next week to put it right. I don't think there's any negatives at all.
I agree.
100.
Most of the success that I've had in my career was preceded by having that really in-depth competitive practice. I used to go to the Gordon Club every Tuesday in Morecambe with Dave Chisnell and get my rear end handed to me on a plate.
58.
But for some reason it helped. Just constantly trying to bang that door down of someone who was the best guy I've ever practiced with. Couldn't really beat him, but it made me want to win even more.
I think it mentally
140.
just prepares you for the toughness going in, and more often than not, it won't be. This does sound bizarre, but it won't be as tough because you're playing in a different environment and you have a different mindset.
I came through the practice room on the way to hear from the balcony, and Danny looked in a pretty chipper mood today.
And I was one of the idiots that used to go from Bristol to Stoke to... Oh, is he going to go for this? He is,
139.
Yeah, he used to drive from Bristol to Stoke and practice with Phil Taylor. What was I thinking? Although it was invaluable at the time, but I just felt I couldn't get better practice than playing against the best.
100.
That gets him on a finish.
Roman required 25.
But the leg might be over. I'm starting to see a lot of patterns with Raymond's game over the last couple of days.
Raymond Smith.
If he's not hitting a bullseye, he's taking the 25 out. But his finishing, can we just talk about it one more time from yesterday? Because
first. Game on.
Off the top of my head, I've sat in this chair quite a lot, but to see somebody over the course of 5 matches have 5 ton plus checkouts, including a 170, and 65+%.
121.
I can't overestimate this enough. That's elite.
It is. Yeah, that's right up there. That's almost as
60.
good as it gets. Yes, we've seen 4 out of 4s, but in that kind of competitive environment, and on the back of going 5 out of 5, which comes with its own pressure.
67.
If you don't think this guy is mentally strong, think again. He's one of the most mentally fit dart players I've ever seen.
He didn't even flicker yesterday.
And the funny thing is, with the small golfing experience that there is between Smith and Atkinson, Adam, who is learning as he goes in his first really good year as a good amateur, he could do a lot worse than
25.
Sitting down with Raymond and just picking his brain.
Absolutely. When the game that he did lose yesterday, Raymond Smith, it was only 4-3. He was 60% on his doubles in that one, but Ben Robb averaged 98.14.
180.
Oh, we did mention the 180s.
He's already got 2.
Ben Robb averaged 98.14 at 3 180s against him, and his average only dipped to 98 because he missed a few doubles. He missed 6 starts at a double.
You just know he's going to get another one in this game to equal his daily total in his first match, regardless of the result.
Well, we pulled him up on his lack of ball finishing, and it's almost like he's listening and gone, oh, right, okay, lads. You want to see a few of these, do you?
99. Adam, you require
okay, what I'm going to say is,
148.
if Raymond gets double-digit 180s today, I think he may have some sort of AI inside him. A learning computer.
A super computer.
22. Raymond requires 62.
Oh, 62 for a 3-1 lead. And this is for a break to give him a 2-leg cushion.
Back-to-back 14 darters.
46.
A rare missed opportunity.
126.
But again, he's only giving Atkinson scraps.
He does get a shot at the bullseye for it.
101.
Gave it a bit of a tickle, but it just dipped at the end. And you fear the worst for double A, because second bite of the cherry is just a gimme for Raymond Smith this week.
And he loves double 8, doesn't he? And after losing that opening leg, where he
fifth
did
leg, it's Raymond
2 darts on the
game on.
back of 64, he's reeled off 3 on the spin, and averaged approaching 100. Just going to have a look at what his finishing stats are on double 8, because I can't remember him missing too many.
81.
While you're looking for that stat, what I will say is that this period of Super Series action in the season is the time where I get really excited, because we have the ability to invite
100.
some people who are going to Ali Pali, some people who want this competitive lead up. And I mentioned Matt Campbell 12 months ago. He played 2 straight weeks and won 2 weekly titles, culminating in a Champions Week win, of course. And some of the numbers that we were seeing from Matt and some of the other guys and girls at the end of last season, just absolutely stunning.
He's had 16 darts
96.
at double 16 and at 8. And if he does miss the double 16, not quite as efficient, but not far off, he's at 7 out of 18.
Still very good, isn't it? Anything around a 50% mark
60.
on any double is good.
Well, Topsy's 54%. Double 5, he's 2 out of 3. So if he goes around the houses, ultimately, with last dart in hand, he's finding the double 5.
Is there anything he's weak on? Does he have any weaknesses?
3 out of 10 on the ball, which still isn't bad.
I think everybody would take that.
And this break, there we go.
180.
Well, that's how many he hit yesterday.
There you go. I said he was going to do it. Same as yesterday. And it might be the last scoring shot of the match for him.
And again, the breakdown from the double 16.
115.
If he does miss double 16 and then misses double 8, he's 50% on double 4.
Double top.
40.
He may be
Adam,
back.
you require 145.
Let us remind you that his leg difference sits at plus 26. But this is on. It's still on. Oh, for a second I thought it might have snuck in the corner.
40.
Smith doesn't flicker once again. But that's the worst dart he's thrown all week. But he still wins. Nothing phases the guru. And now his leg difference goes up to plus 29. And he has reached 20 points before his second game on Wednesday. A great performance. A typical performance. What are these dart players going to do to stop Raymond Smith? I think we have to say at this point, absolutely nothing. It's just a matter of time before he makes his way through to Saturday night with time to spare. We've got another game coming your way after the break. It's the Old Dutch battle between Danny van Tripe and Jeroen Mioch.
Well, the Aussie is at it again, and I, for one, am running out of purple prose to lavish upon Raymond Smith. Another stellar performance in that opening match in defeating Adam Atkinson. An average just shy of 95 for Smith. 4-1 he wins it. And Paul Nicholson was looking for flaws earlier on at the top of the show. He said he doesn't hit many 180s. Well, he's hit 3 in the first match, so he soon put that right, matching his tally for the entirety of yesterday and sending out a signal to the rest of the group that he's not going to let up. And Raymond continues to race away at the top of the Group A table. 20 points now reached for Raymond Smith, 6 clear of Ben Robb in second place, and 8 clear of third place Jeroen Mioch, who is in action next. He's going to take on Danny van Tripe in this all-Netherlands affair, and he has won both of their meetings this week, which may be a surprise considering that Danny van Tripe is a winner on the Challenge Tour. Mioch's best run is a quarter-final, and van Tripe finished 54 places ahead of him in the order of merit on the Challenge Tour this year, and as a result is going to the World Championship and probably getting a tour card as well. But this week it's been all about this man in their meetings. A whitewash win against his compatriot yesterday, looking for the hat-trick here. So who will win the Daily Dutch Derby? Let's find out with Messrs Mason and Nicholson.
Thanks, Murph. Well, this is interesting. This has been priced up 4-5 Danny. Jeroen 10-11. He's won 4-1, 4-0, Jeroen. He has a 4-point higher running average, a 10-point higher best average. He's at more 180s. He has a 7% higher checkout stats, and he's at twice as many ton plus outs. And they call in this one a pick'em. This is going to be one of those where they get it wrong, but get it right. Get it wrong, but get it right.
I'm a bit mystified by that, as you are. But here's the thing. These two know each other really well. Jeroen will be thinking, okay, so I am taking the impetus into this game. I need to keep putting my foot down because he's got his own agenda. He wants to embellish his own reputation. And he has played better than Danny van Tripe this week by quite some distance.
100.
It's 8-1 in their combined matches in legs. And yet again, we've got another shirt. Nico, you like this, don't you? You're a big fan.
Yeah, I like this one. This is the best of the 3, Jeroen. Listen to your Uncle Nico. This one has got an 85. Identity. Now, a lot of Dutch players like to wear the colours of where they live. Take Danny Noppert, for example, the UK Open champion. He likes to wear the flag of Friesland on his sleeve. Maybe this has got something to do with the area that Jeroen is from. I believe it's a place called Culemborg. My Dutch geography is pretty abysmal, but there seems to be a red and black thing going on with him this week, especially over the last couple of days.
Yeah, because they have flags for their regions, don't they? Or maybe we call it counties.
You don't see many dart players wearing county flags on their shirt. I used to put a Northumberland flag on my sleeve.
130. Danny, you require 76.
First blood to you, if you can find double top.
36.
And yesterday he had a problem
Jeroen, you require
missing
56.
it low. This time, slightly too high. He had a couple of slips yesterday, but he was able to fix them. This is a good one, because that leaves double 12. Not the worst leave in the world.
Game shot on the first leg.
When it's going right, it's going right, and that's a 14 dart break of throw. Yeah, the stats yesterday, Danny averaged 81.31 for the day, but was down at 25% on the doubles, and that was why the average was so low. I mean, he did it 4 180s, had 1 ton plus out at a best leg of 14. Now, a couple of those where Jeroen, he was 40.48% on the doubles and had 3 ton plus out, a high of 143 and a best leg of 11.
Yeah, that 143 was remarkable considering he'd had a leg in that match where he just couldn't finish the job. But I do get the feeling that Jeroen is starting to find a little bit of confidence that maybe he's never had before.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the ability to have a look at least the last 12 months
100.
of Jeroen's data. And when I break that data
85.
down,
Jeroen, you require 125.
he's looking a far better player. But we mentioned this yesterday. Whether is that down to the fact that of the format of this
55.
Super Series, where he's guaranteed those multiple games, so the pressure's off. We're not playing knockout darts.
I think it's definitely got something to do with it.
140. Jeroen, you require
He's
70.
putting Van Tripe in the corner again. Pick your double.
Or not. And what do I say about missing big numbers? Once you start, it's infectious.
Here's the thing. It's double 18.
80.
And Mioc, even when he makes
32.
an error, he's getting away with it.
Yeah, he's not getting punished. Think he'll get punished here, though, if he doesn't find the double 8.
Game shot on the second leg. Jeroen
They are
Mioch.
long, those points, aren't they? Certain shots that go in slightly more upright. Just give us an illustration of how long those points are. They seem to work for him. And if it works, keep doing it. But just a couple of things about this pair. One, Jeroen Mioch, just to paint a bit of a picture about your point of the last 12-month stats. He won £1,200 on the Challenge Tour in 2022.
99.
That's 58th on the order of merit. That's quite a way down. And then Danny Van Tripe was third,
46,
with almost £6,000. So there's a big gulf between the two. But here is a slightly different outlook on these two. When I was leaving the building yesterday,
78,
just sauntering down the street on my way back to the accommodation, and two very tall gentlemen
60
were humming behind me on two electronic scooters on the way back to their accommodation, and it just so happened to be Danny Van Tripe and Jeroen Mioch. So the only thing
60.
I can think of is they couldn't find any bicycles.
They're braver than me.
And then they go blitting it down the road, not a care in the world.
140.
Just maybe having a little bit of a chat in their native Dutch about what's happened today. But they looked like they were really enjoying the Portsmouth scenery.
40.
Something a bit different, that's for sure. Slightly different than the dam.
58.
That's about the same sort of level, isn't it? Portsmouth. It's
80.
quite flat
Danny
near the water.
138.
Yep, ideal for cycling.
$106.
Setup.
Jeroen, you require 144.
Hitting 32, and he's going to be back for it. So he should be getting his first chalk on the board. He will still be a breaker throw down, though.
108. Danny, you require 32. Game shot on the third leg. Danny Van Tripe.
That's exactly what he needs to do. He needs to start finding himself on the double with 3 in hand, taking it in 1, and that just makes you think that you don't need many shots to take care of the job. That was much better from Danny.
Yeah, you approach the double a little bit different with 3 in hand.
59.
Gives you a bit more confidence.
Do you think these boys are going to be nervous about their World Cup quarter-final against
100.
Argentina later in the week? That's going to be a good game.
They should be. How good were Portugal?
All without Ronaldo on the pitch.
We've got Alf on the shelf, and now we've got Spain on the plane.
I'll let you handle that side of social media. Yeah, I wonder which football teams these guys support. If indeed they do. They don't have to, of course. But
30.
We know that Michael van Gerwen is a vociferous PSV fan. He's taken the Sid Waddell Trophy onto
100.
the pitch.
Yeah, I remember seeing that.
If you'd won the Sid Waddell Trophy, Chris, what would you have liked to have done as a spectacle like that?
174.
I'd have filled it with something. I don't know where I'd taken it. Probably down the local pub.
Oh, one of the
filled it with the finest West Country scrumpy cider and handed out some straws.
Oh, when Cameron Smith won the Open at St Andrews back in the summer, in his Aussie accent, he said,
96.
I wonder how many days I can get in this.
69.
Fantastic.
I do like him. That's got to be 17 and ball. We chase the treble. Will that be costly?
15. Jeroen, you
I think you'd like to
require
forget that
85.
visit. Especially if Mioc takes this 85 out, which he might.
$45.
Danny's dodged
Danny,
one
you
there.
require 54.
Huge miss. Oh, that'll do. 22 leaves 32. Perfect.
46.
We were talking about double efforts
Jeroen,
this
you
morning. I
require
didn't expect to
40.
see double 11, double 16, and we didn't see it. Are we seeing a double 10 hit for a 3-1 lead?
Game
Yes, we
shot on
are.
the fourth leg.
And the
Jeroen
stronger
Mioch.
player of the two this week takes the 2-leg advantage and now has 3 cracks of the whip to get the points. And he's
Fifth leg
currently
is standing
sitting
to
at
throw
12
first. Game on.
with a leg difference of +7. A win here would see him leapfrog Ben Robb into second
60.
position. But Ben will have a game in hand, and that comes next.
Yeah, we were talking about the doubles as if a lot of... Well, it's a bit like the younger generation of football fans. They think the
140.
football started just with the Premier League, don't they? They don't understand that there was football before Premier League. And,
100.
and the whole idea of going double was a relatively new thing. It was something we actually ironically spoke of yesterday, and there was found a wonderful video of
40.
Eric playing Dave Whitcomb. It would have been in the final of the Worlds, 86, I think, and Eric wanted 129, and he goes treble 19,
59.
tops double 16, middle of everything. I remember watching Eric. It would have been on one of the, could have been the double diamond or one of them random ones.
101.
He must have had it about him because he was doing double finishes with regularity.
180.
That's the best 180 he's hit all week. They were so concentrated, those 3 darts.
Well,
That's something he can really cling to for confidence.
Yeah, well, there was one from this man in leg 2 that was
40. Danny, you require
equally tight.
102.
Put them both on the head of a builder's nail, as Sid would have said.
42.
This leg's not over.
I think the match is over.
100. Danny, you require 60.
Nothing in the way.
40.
And tens isn't found, giving Jeroen
Jeroen, you
his
require
first
80.
crack at a 4-1 victory. And for a 3-0 head-to-head record
Game
against his
shot
pal this
and
week,
the match,
he's done it
Jeroen
again.
Mioch.
And Mioc has got himself to 14 points in the table. Another impressive start. And I get the feeling that we may have found something in Jeroen Mioch because he looks really, really comfortable playing here at the MODUS Super Series. Very similar averages there, but look at the checkouts. 40% for Mioch and only 1 from 7 for Danny. Maybe that is the tail of the tape for his week. When we come back, we will close out round 1 of our matches with New Zealand against Ireland.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Jeroen Mioch complete a demolition in the meetings between the Dutch pair. A hat-trick of wins against Danny van Tripe this week. 3-0 in victories and 4-1 in that match. The second of the day after Raymond Smith recorded the same scoreline against Adam Atkinson in the first. Good stuff from Mioc, as Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson both pointed out. They felt it was a bit of a mismatch and maybe one that the bookies got wrong. 84 average, 4 out of 10 on the doubles, at 80 high checkout, and Danny van Tripe missing those 6 starts and struggling at the moment, having lost all of his matches yesterday. And that means that he is at the foot of the Group A table on the same amount of points as Ciaran Teehan, who lost all of his matches on Monday. He's in action next against now third place Ben Robb. Mioc now ahead on leg difference, but of course Robb does have this next game in hand, and he did win when he met Ciaran Teehan on Monday, sealing a 4-2 success against the Irishman. But Ciaran Teehan returned the result when the pair met yesterday. In fact, he ended a 7-match losing streak before getting over the line there, and you can see the celebration from Ciaran Teehan. It was one of relief. He went on to win another match as well, so he's in a much better place than he was this time yesterday. And a repeat result here would just delay Ben Robb's progress a little bit in terms of getting into Group B. So we'll see which Tien turns up with Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Thanks, Murph. Yes, intrigued to find out what happens in this one, because I suppose before we talk about Ciaran Teehan, this 34-year-old from Auckland who's shown a very high level at times this week, if he is to usurp Raymond Smith from the top of the table, you do feel he's going to have to be perfect, and he's going to need some favours from maybe the likes of Tien and Jeroen Mioch at times to take Raymond Smith away from record territory, mate.
Yeah, you'd think that the big rig would have to go 5 from 5, and then you'd have to, well, Raymond Smith's arm would have to fall off, which I hope it doesn't, obviously.
First
even then, he could probably play left-handed. I don't know.
Game on.
Yeah, I think Raymond's pretty much home and hosed at the top, but there's still plenty to play for in terms of position, second and third. Remember, the winner straight through to Saturday's final.
100.
Positions 2 and 3, so irrelevant of in what order, go through to the much more enjoyable Group B, which is Thursday 100. And Friday night, which is only a 5-player field with the top 3 going. The one you want to avoid is being in 4, 5 and 6, because you're back for the red-eye Thursday 43. And Friday morning, which is a field of 6 players, and only the top 2 progress, which will then give us, of course, our 6-player field for Saturday night's final. And if you want to be
85.
Here, you can, free of charge. All the details available at dartshop.tv. We're down in the MODUS Live Lounge 58. In Portsmouth. North End, I think they call it.
That's correct. The first thing about Tien today is that he's taken his own advice 59. In sticking with the foldable flight, which seems to be the one that worked better yesterday. Time will tell to see whether it works today.
And doing my bit for local tourism, there's a lovely Italian restaurant that myself and Nico have frequented on many occasions. There's some nice other types of eateries. Unfortunately, we don't get any discount up there. I may have to work on that.
180.
You can't even go there this week, can you?
No, I can't. No, I'm on a horrendous weight cut this week. Which isn't driving me too mad as I look at my easy peel
77.
Tangerines and some grapes and some water.
Well,
my pal next to me nipped 67. Off to Greg's this morning.
Ben,
I've got the healthiest 70. Thing they had. This will be a healthy start for Ben. Double 16.
38.
Not far off.
Ciaran, you require 10.
Now, at the start of your campaign for the day, you don't want to be missing too many doubles.
Game shot,
and that will make him feel great.
Ciaran Teehan.
He gets the same sort of start that Adam Atkinson had against Raymond Smith. But we saw what kind of response we got from the Aussie after that.
Second leg, it's Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it's quite a unique experience. If you do love your darts, you will love coming down to the Live Lounge. Real unique quite a personal experience, isn't it? You're literally right on the stage.
And you might get close quarters to the likes of Robb, Raymond Smith,
83.
Fallon Sherrick maybe, because she's playing the next couple of days.
Chaz Barstow.
Prakash Jiwa, the Indian qualifier for Alexandra Palace as well. Lots of different talents that you could possibly see on Saturday night.
Well, I know one you'll be seeing Saturday night, Raymond Smith.
Yeah.
And all the players very approachable.
123.
And he's going to be very fancied for the whole week.
What we've seen so far, absolutely. The likes of Barstow and Peter Jakes, of course, will have other ideas. And maybe Dylan Slevin, a young Irishman. I'm interested to see what he brings to the table.
43.
With quite a reputation.
We'll see what he can do. Well, Tien's got a lot of experience for a 23-year-old.
85.
He's been bobbing in and out of the tour for the last 3 or 4 years, and
well, the good thing is for Slevin is he will have a fellow Irishman
41.
in the practice room that will guide him through all the format and procedure of playing here at the Super Series.
And not to mention the fact it'd be nice to have somebody in the room where he can maybe go into his own dialect and not have to dumb down his accent, which is about as thick as custard. But it is
99.
Glorious. It's one of my favourite accents in all of Europe. That southwest Irish twang.
It's quite interesting because if you go really north of Scotland, sort of Shetlands, they have the same sort of similar singing way of speaking. It's fascinating. Can still do this. He's in a spot of trouble here. He's not started well
Ciaran,
on either of the days. He's had 1 win and 1 defeat, but the averages tend to be his lowest of the day, which is why I didn't point you in any kind of betting direction for this one. Both myself and Nico looked at this and sort of shook our heads.
216s.
Game shot.
And this is a buoyant start. I've said that word a lot this morning, but that's exactly what you want at the start. You want to keep your head above water, and you want to keep bobbing around.
It's Ben to throw first. Game on.
Causing problems for your opponents early, and Ben has got problems with the young Irishman already.
Well, the pressure's on Ben.
135.
There's no pressure on Teehan. He can now just use this as a... Well, it could be a big spoiler, couldn't he? Or
97.
Use this just as prep for the Thursday and Friday. We've seen him do it before, and he's bounced back to go on and qualify out of Thursday and Friday and win Saturday.
58.
There is a degree of freedom knowing where you're going to be when it comes to the next couple of days. He knows he's not going to get a lie in. He's going to be here at around 8 o'clock tomorrow
97.
and on Friday. And he's not going to catch anybody today from his position, so he can just play. And when people just play and they forget about
85.
all of the exterior influences, most of them do play better. And this doesn't lie. If you think about Ciaran's running average for the week,
100.
it's 79.92. He's about 5% up on that in this game. It might not be a massive average at 84.5, but it is better than before.
It's moving in the right direction. I think Ben only needs just the
59.
The 1 win. I mean, mathematically, he can be caught, but I think it would be very unlikely.
Well, you'd have to say that win for Raymond Smith
Ben, you require
in
164.
Robb's quest for Group B, that was a good one for him in that respect.
Absolutely, because it takes Atkinson almost out of the equation.
83.
Like I say,
Ciaran, you require 149.
So if people are going to book their spots for the next couple of days in advance, it gives us a chance to talk about some other exterior
100.
stuff within the sport
Ben,
or
you
beyond,
require 81.
which we tend to like. 12 and ball.
Game shot in the third leg.
Right where he wanted it. And Tien was dreaming of a 3-0 lead, but that dream was shattered by this shot.
Fourth leg, it's Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
Do you know much about New Zealand food? Because I know you know a lot about Irish food.
No.
Never been to a hungy?
No, I haven't.
This is probably the worst thing that you want to hear on a day like today. Because a hungi
60.
is a Polynesian way of cooking where you get certain bits and bobs. I'm trying to dumb this down for you because I know you're on a diet.
140.
What they do is they dig a big hole and then they put it in the ground and then they cover it with coals and then put the dirt on top. So whatever they've got, it's all wrapped up.
100.
It's cooking.
Don't they wrap it in like a leaf?
Sometimes they do.
Yeah.
Sometimes
I've seen that on a program.
It's in cloth. But in New Zealand, there's a part where they have volcanic sand.
45.
And they put it under the volcanic sand and the temperature of the ground cooks it.
Wow.
It's unbelievable. And some of the documentaries I've seen about it, boy, it makes you hungry. And it makes you want to go to New Zealand.
It's the ultimate in slow cooking, and none of the moisture of the meat can evaporate.
And it's energy from the earth that does it.
Yeah. Oh, I like that.
Sustainable. And it's been going on for hundreds and hundreds of years.
140. Ciaran, you require 122.
418s and ball. Oh, that's unlucky. That's taken a horrible deflection. That was literally sliding down the dart, and as soon as
82.
it got close to the flight,
Then you
it's just
require
kicked.
142.
I'm surprised he didn't go for the 17s there. That's
90.
almost the go-to
Ciaran, you
route
require
for the
40.
Southern Hemisphere players. But this is for 3-1. Hit fives earlier.
30.
But that's happened too much
Then you
for the
require
guys in the
52.
bottom three of this table this week.
That's been his downfall, hasn't it? He's carved out opportunities,
Game
not
shot
been
on the
able to
fourth
take them,
leg.
and ultimately
Robb.
has paid the price, and that's a 17-dart breaker throw to level things up at 2-2. The opening two legs going to
Fifth
Teehan.
leg, it's Ben
The
to throw
next two,
first. Game
the
on.
man from New Zealand. Big rig.
I've got a philosophy about this position for Ben.
83.
Because as everybody knows, he's going to play the first game of the World Championship next Thursday. It's only 8 days away. Now, he was 2-1 down there. He was actually 2-0 down. Face darts for 3-1. He could even break this game down into a set.
60.
And see, if I can get the 3-2 up, that's a win for me. Then he goes for the win for best of 7. So he's compartmentalizing a lot here.
Yeah, that's what we sort of tried
59.
to go through on Monday. How would the players that are in the World Championships? So I suggested you almost sort of make it each game is a set, albeit a little longer than the, well, only potentially 2 legs longer than the best of 5 legs per set in the Worlds. But I think that's the way I would treat it. I mean, coming into a Worlds, I would always play set
45.
play just to get my mind around it, because in normal play, in leg play, of course, you're only ever 501 points away from winning a leg. Where with a set, you've got to win 3 of those.
Yeah, that's what Josh Payne and I used to do when we practiced together before World Championships. We would have a couple of warm-up games, and then all of a sudden it was just a nod of the head. And the next thing you know, it's best of 5 sets, and we do it multiple times.
Well, you 2-2 in sets,
85.
and a set away from winning, and you lose that leg. You've got to win 3 more to win the match. Where in normal play, it would be maybe a case of just winning 1 more leg of 501.
95.
You're effectively 1,503 points away.
Beautiful dart. 2 6s.
69.
Oh, that wasn't far away.
Ciaran, you require
now, Tien had the impetus in this game, but it's been wrestled away from him. But he's been given a bit of a life raft here to get the lead back. Oh, no.
That really is a wild one.
Every game that we've had today so far has
85.
had a wild dart at least once like that.
Pressure.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
What about
Ben
that?
Robb.
Ben Robb does make it 3 on the spin. Fortuitous there, seeing Ciaran Teehan.
6th leg, it's Ciaran to throw first.
The one with Raymond Smith
on.
earlier, I think that one just came out of his hand where he was going for the, I think it was tops, wasn't it? And he nearly hit treble 1. That's more of a slip than anything else.
Have you got a shot in your career that you remember because it was so comical. I had one about 4 years ago against Gezi Price. I had 58 left. Went for a single 18, hit a 4. Silly boy. And then after that, I hit a double 9, the double 18.
And did you hit it?
Yeah. It was in a quarter-final of a European Tour event.
Wow.
140.
Yeah, I had one against Beaton in the Grand Prix, and it's not a happy memory, unfortunately. And I wanted double eight. Sorry,
61.
8. And I hit double 18 in the corner in one throw, then hit double 14 in the corner in one throw, and then the next throw put 3 down the wire, a double
60.
4. And that was for the match, and went on to lose the match. That was just weird because every one of them felt like they were in.
The one that sticks in my memory the most really is
then you
a World
require
Championship match where I had
161.
31 left and hit double 15 first start.
Ooh.
That made me feel sick.
Yeah.
Well, this game is going to make Ciaran Teehan feel sick because he was in control of it most of the time. But he's been put on the ropes by the big rig, who has now got 3 match darts.
95.
Well,
Ben,
every
you
mistake
require
Tian's
24.
made, he's been punished.
Game,
And that is a great dart for Ben Robb in a couple of
Ben
facets
Robb.
because not only does it win him the match by 4 legs to 2, but it lays a bit of a ghost to rest because yesterday and the day before, double 12 was not his most favoured shot. He missed it quite a few times, but he didn't miss a great deal on the outer ring in that game, did he? 50% is a great showing. Unfortunately, Ciaran Teehan did revert to type, averaging around the same as what he's done for the week, and he does stay on 4 points in the table. Ben Robb goes to 16. He's now within 4 of Raymond Smith at the top. We will start round 2 when we come back, so don't go far.
Hello again. Well, before the break, Ben Robb rallied back, overturning a 2-leg deficit to defeat Ciaran Teehan 4-2. 4 out of 8 on the doubles for Robb. An 81 checkout in there as well, and he moves back within 4 points of the league leader, Raymond Smith. in the table, and 2 ahead of Jeroen Mioch, who had temporarily leapfrogged him into second place in that table. Adam Atkinson in 4th. Tien stays 5th. Danny van Tripe will get the chance to come off the foot of the table when he faces Adam Atkinson in the match that is about to get underway. And when the pair have played this week, it's been a win apiece. Van Tripe taking out that 117 checkout during his victory on Monday. But he kept missing doubles when the pair met yesterday. 8 in total. And it allowed Adam Atkinson to complete a whitewash win on what was a much better day for the ADC qualifier. And by the way, if you're wondering what that is, if you sign up to play on the amateur darts circuit, you have a chance yourself of playing here at the Super Series. Qualifiers from different regions get places at the Super Series each week. So head to the amateur darts circuit website to find out all about it. But back to this week, and this is likely really to be the third of 5 meetings between this pair at the Super Series between now and Friday. So who will lead their mini-series at the end of this one? Let's rejoin our commentary team to find out. Chris Mason is alongside Paul Nicholson.
Thank you once again. Our favourite Yorkshireman. Well, one of them. He's actually my favourite. Love you, Murph, and great job up there. But not such a great job in Group A for these two. We see Atkinson on 8 points and Danny van Tripe on 4. So maybe the motivation for van Tripe is to stay off the foot of the table, because let's face it, nobody wants to be there at the end of Wednesday. This is Atkinson's first campaign in a Group A. When he was with us before, in Week 1 in Super Series 1, he played in Group C and qualified for Saturday night. Group C is calling his name again. And maybe it could be good to him the next couple of days, because we fancy Mace that
first
these two are destined
Adam to throw first.
for Group C.
Game
well,
on.
no, that DVT is.
Yeah, I think it's, I mean, mathematically still possible, very unlikely for Atkinson. But yeah, 1 win apiece across Monday and Tuesday.
78.
Is under in the 180s, both hit less than
123.
Just got a change there. No, both hit less than 1 per match, and both have hit 1 in their opening matches, which, when you look at the numbers, would suggest that maybe less than 1.5 180s at 5 to 6 in this one.
Yeah, the 180 count so far today has been a little bit better than the previous couple of days.
180.
Danny seems to have figured that one out. He got 1 in his first game, as did everybody who was against the darts in round 1. In fact, the only person not to get 1 today so far is Ben Robb, who had the most yesterday.
Yeah, he had 11, didn't he, yesterday?
Yeah, anybody who gets to double figures has had a good day.
58. Adam, you require 152.
Despite the max, he's not made massive inroads on the throw of Atkinson here, who wants 2 treble 20s and double 16. It's an unfortunate one.
48. Danny, you require
Maximums are great, but the
140.
backup shots are just as important. Doesn't get a shot at double 10. Atkinson has got a choice to make here.
Adam, you require 104.
The most fashionable route for 104 these days is 16s. There you have it. Mr. Fashionable.
84.
He doesn't get the
Danny, you
trim right.
require 58.
Double top for Van Tripe.
18.
He's not found. He's had
Adam, you
a
require
bit of an issue
20.
on those single 18s. He's been way too close to those 54s most of the time. Or maybe that's what he's going for. Now this could be very kind if he gets the right angle.
Game
Just like
shot on
that.
the first leg.
Beautifully executed
Adam
there from
Atkinson.
double A to take a 1-0 lead.
And an unlikely looking hold a throw for
second leg. It's
a
Danny
big
to throw
part of that
first. Game on.
latter end of the opening leg.
We know that Danny's playing against Steve Beaton
95
on the 19th of December, which is a week on Monday.
We actually start our coverage for Talk Sport. So for all you people that enjoy our coverage, we do kick off on the afternoon of the 19th. I know a lot of lorry drivers, cab drivers, people who work in the office put it up on. Thanks for that,
180.
Oh, he's not done that in 2 days.
You're looking very much like a kipper right now because he's done you like one.
He has.
Yeah, 19th of December, he's going to play against Steve Beaton. I'm sure he's looking forward to that experience. This is his build-up for that.
100.
He's going to take on an opponent that made the final of the very last Players' Championship of the year. Steve will be feeling a lot more chipper about his chances at the Palace than he was maybe a couple of months ago.
81.
As for Adam's
126.
Christmas time, I'm not really sure what his plans are. I'm sure he's got quite a few ADC Opens to go to,
86.
or maybe some local stuff around the Hartlepool area.
Yeah, if you are at home and you want to play in the MODUS Super Series, just head over to www.dartsatlas.com. You can register
40.
there. You'll get all of the information. There's tournaments literally across the whole of the UK.
20. Adam, you require 157.
You'll get your chance to qualify just like Adam Atkinson.
Yeah, make a name for yourself, and we could be ringing you. We could be getting in touch with you.
There's millions of dart players that are unbelievable
57.
on the internet, aren't there?
Danny, you
They're
require
everywhere.
20.
They're incredible.
Game
That's a
shot
great
the
shot from
second
Danny.
leg. Danny
The
Van
reason
Tripe.
he's here is because of what he's done the last few years on the European Tour, qualifying
Third leg, it's
via
Adam
the
to throw
associate
first.
member
Game on.
qualifier, constantly going to them, having success. Challenge Tour this year being number 3 and getting a tour card this year purely because the number 3 spot had one available because Scott Williams, because of what he's done, has made the top 64 in the world. So he has to go that route. Hence, Danny was gifted the card, which I'm sure he's looking forward to using the next couple of years.
125.
Finishing in third position. I think we discussed it yesterday, didn't we? I'd like to see more cards available to those on the Challenge Tour as a reward for the commitment.
How deep would you
42.
go? Would you go 8? Or maybe a little bit less or more than that?
I like 8. I think 8
60.
is fair enough, and then maybe the top 4 from the European Tour that don't have cards in like their own separate order of merit, and then I just pick 4 winners.
46.
4 winners in the top 4 from the Q School, and 4 winners in top 4 from the European Q School. It's around 32, isn't it?
By that token, these are the people who would have tour cards based on the scenario we've just mentioned. Scott Williams obviously took his from the top 64. Robert Owen and Danny Van Tripe have already got theirs because they occupied positions 2 and 3.
Loss is there again.
Correct. And these names are going to be very familiar because we tend to dredge the pool of the Challenge Tour Order of Merit quite a lot. Stephen Burton, Jeroen van der Velde, which I believe he's a very interested spectator at the Worlds because if Louis Williams stays in the top 64, Jeroen van der Velde's got a card as well.
81.
Quickly, Thibaut Tricol, Karel Sedlacek, who we've mentioned, Dave Pallett, and Christian Kist.
69. Adam, you require 78.
You wouldn't mind having tour cards for the next couple of years.
For the lead, Atkinson's going to have a dart in the way. Now, I believe that that is as good a single as he can have.
38. Danny,
It does depend on his
12.
feelings about the way his darts behave if deflected.
Game shot on the
It
third
no longer
leg.
matters
Danny
because Van
Van
Tripe
Tripe
gets a break of throw in like 3.
Yeah, despite the max from Adam Atkinson there. And then of course,
Fourth
as
leg,
I've
it's
mentioned
standing to
before,
throw
I'd
first.
like to see
Game on.
players ranked 97 to 128. Because, of course, it's the top. There's 128 tour cards every year. I'd like to see them being given the opportunity to play in this to gain experience and some financial stability to be able to do the tour. And I'm hoping common sense will prevail at some point and they will be allowed. Because it's benefiting the PDC. You know, it's
180.
We're basically giving them a platform to ply their trade.
132.
Much needed money. I know in snooker they've almost put them on a retainer because they understand that well, you're not going to be able to keep traveling if you're not earning.
134.
Well, players like Robert Owen are a great example because they've made a lot of money
60
from the Super Series over the last couple of seasons. And if they have a bad time of the 2 years on tour, they won't make anywhere near the amount of money that they make with us.
No, exactly. And that comes with its own pressure then. You should be playing to win, not necessarily
97.
Playing to be able to survive on tour.
And it's an incredibly different thing as well.
95.
You can come here, you can play a minimum of 15 games in a week, for example, and then you can go to Barnsley for 2 Pro Tours in 2 days and play 2 games.
Yeah. And spend money on hotels and
50.
You know, expenses, time off work, and earn absolutely zilch.
It's difficult. Just because you get a tour card does not mean. Well, he's thinking now, Danny Van Tripe, why on earth did I leave 169?
Yeah.
137. Adam, you require 40.
Darts is not just flinging stuff at a mat. It's all about the different disciplines.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
So far,
Adam
Atkinson is doing a good job of getting the impetus back in this one. It's not a bad game, actually. Van Tripe is averaging 93 and a half.
Gets Adam to throw first.
Atkinson,
game on.
Less than that. But it is I hasten to say, a much better game than I thought it was going to be. And you're despising looking at those maximums, right?
Where have they come from?
28.
I didn't expect to see 4 maximums in this game either.
Well, to put it into some kind of
100
perspective, yesterday, across the whole day, they hit 7 between them.
123.
Who was that guy that said, say no more?
Yeah.
41.
I mean, if you win a week here and then go on to win Champions Week, so that's in a 3-month cycle with your appearance fees is in excess of 30,000. So where would 30,000 put you on the pro tour
for 1 year?
For 1 year.
40.
The Nico's he's got all the technology.
30,000 for 1 year would get you around about the same sort of position as Nathan Rafferty.
Wow.
Which is 87.
134.
Now, if you were to mimic that for the following year and do about 60,000, you're talking around about that
46.
64th or
Adam, you
65th
require
spot.
82.
Yeah, I thought it would. And of course, you can effectively play in this 3 times a year because we have effectively 3 cycles a year. So there's over 90,000 annually available
42
for the players.
And 1 million in total.
Yeah. Where would 90,000 in 1 year put you on the yearly
100.
Order of Merit?
Adam, you require 40.
Top 50?
For 1 year. I'm looking at what Josh Rocker's done. He's earned 94,000.
30.
Wow.
For 44th place in the world. Oh, he's actually 47th at the minute. But he's projected to be 44th.
96.
And he won't be 44
Adam, you
for long.
require 10.
Nope. Is it going to be 3-2 for Adam? Should be with that guide. Lovely. Just trying to hit the barrel, isn't he?
Game shot on the fifth leg. Adam Atkinson.
Well, this has been some fight back. Trailed 2-1.
Sixth leg, it's Danny to throw
Broken
first.
hold in
Game
legs
on.
4 and 5. And now he's on the cusp of picking up his first win of the day. Going to 10 points.
Who are you looking forward to seeing most over the next couple of days? Is it Sherrick? Is it Jiwa? Is it Jakes, Barstow?
I love watching Barstow. I think technically he's got one of the most simplest throws out there. And
180.
This is brilliant. Yeah, I mean, Prakash I've known for years and years and years, a very capable player. I'm a big fan of Peter Jakes. But the interest for me is always
32.
seeing a new player and a new player to the Super Series and your TV screens in the Irishman Dylan Slevin.
125.
Tomorrow morning alongside Carl Wilkinson, Fallon Sherrick, this man, the man he's playing, and Ciaran Teehan. Maybe a little premature there, but there you go. Like I say, it is mathematically
96.
possible for Atkinson
Danny, you require
nick a third spot,
138.
but unlikely.
You did say that there might not be a lot of 180s in this game, but you did also tell me off the air that you think it would go all 7 legs.
Yeah, but even then, I thought it would only just breach the possibly the over the 1.5. Initially, I was going to tip the over 1.5. I was just a little bit concerned that there was only 7 between them yesterday. They'd already won a piece today.
Game shot on the sixth leg. Danny van Tripe.
And it has gone all the way.
Well, if you are looking for exact scores to tip on,
final leg. It's Adam to throw
maybe
first.
you have to nick the sports almanac out of the back pocket of Danny van Tripe, because on Monday we said he looked like Biff Tannen from Back to the Future. I wonder what that score reads in the almanac.
99.
Well, this is the third rubber in Group A. So bragging rights going into Group C
45.
Tomorrow. Whoever wins this one.
Adam was left in the wake of Van Tripe in that previous leg. He was 301 points behind at one point.
Yeah, hence the massive gap. Well, it's not massive.
100.
It's over 6 points. The gap in the averages.
Yeah, it's been a bit more like it from Danny in the scoring stakes here. It's a nice split, actually. Got himself those 3 maximums, 10-ton plus scores, but only 140 each, which is quite curious.
Normally you'd
98.
see that column of 180s more often than not in the 140s, wouldn't you? But
140.
Right on cue.
So we shouldn't mention that Danny's got 3 180s and that he's got one more chance to get another one.
Both players have got more 180s than they've got 140s. Go figure.
140.
Fair play to Danny, though. He's put in a huge effort here, considering he didn't win one game yesterday. And if this is taken away from him now, he'll be devastated. Double top.
64.
And he gets a chance.
Danny requires 76.
The worst possible dart. Trouble 13. No, single 18.
36.
I'm convinced now that when he's got 58, he's going for treble 18. It's just too close to it. Every time he has it.
Game,
and Adam takes the victory. And that also takes him to double-digit points in the table, confining DVT to the bottom of the table, even worse than it was before. 91.29 is a much better average from the Dutchman, but it still doesn't get him those 2 valuable points to get above Ciaran Teehan in the table. Atkinson is firmly comfortable in the 4th spot. When we have game 5 next, it will be Tien up against the man, Raymond Smith.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Yes, it is darting entertainment. 6 days a week here at the MODUS Super Series and twice on Thursdays and Fridays. What could be better? Well, it certainly could be better for Danny van Tripe in this group. Even when it's going right for Danny, it goes wrong in the end. There you see a 91.29 average at 3 180s, but still lost the match 4-3 at the hands of Adam Atkinson, who moves on to double figures in the Group A table. We'll take a look at that now. And he is on 10 points in 4th place, well clear now of the bottom two, Tien and van Tripe. Mioc on 14, Robb on 16, and Raymond Smith, the runaway leader, on 20 points so far. And he's back in action next. He's taking on Ciaran Teehan. Of course, he has got the better of him twice this week, but there was this brilliant moment from Hightower taking out the 111 to delay the defeat by Smith on Monday. But Smith was at his brilliant best when the pair met yesterday. A 4-0 victory, an average of 103.66. That's the highest that we've had in the group so far. Another dominant display from the Guru in that one. So can Ciaran Teehan ask any questions of a man who's had all the answers so far at the Super Series this week? And speaking of which, in the absence of our resident quiz master, Henry Deacon, I'm going to pose today's tungsten teaser. Now, this pair have played at the PDC World Championship twice, but what do they have in common in terms of that tournament? Let's see if Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson know the answer to that one.
I've got my hand up, Mr. Murphy. Isn't it Mervyn King? I haven't even checked that out because I didn't even know he was going to ask it. I'm sure they've both played Merv. That's the only answer I've got so far. But we'll look into that. And if I'm right from the get-go, then I'm a bit of a stator.
I think you're right. The hand was raised immediately. I wouldn't have, it would have taken me a while. What's not going to take me a while is to let you know that these two have played 10 legs. It's been 4-2 and 4-0. So the average is 5 legs per match.
First leg, it's Ciaran
Under 5.5 here.
Game on.
Is 5-4.
I've been reliably informed that they've both lost to Merv. So I was getting there.
97.
You bang on the money. What do they have in common? Merv King.
It's like our
we've all lost to Merv.
We all have. And
I've done it multiple times. In fact, I've done it myself in a World Championships. 2001. He was #1 seed. And
59.
Another one of those Mason specials. 2-0 up in sets. 2-0 up in legs.
After that previous visit, Raymond Smith has smashed a stem. A little bit of running repairs. A need for a little bit of spare kit up there.
Might really put him off, look.
I've been getting text messages all morning from some friends of mine in Australia, and they're all saying, well, we did tell you so. And even my friend Tori Kewish, fine female player who now lives in the Netherlands, is saying that she thinks that Raymond is the most underrated player she's ever seen. And we can't really say any different because considering 41. The level he's shown this week, if he was to vault his way onto the tour, he would contend with the numbers that he's been putting in this week. But yeah, he obviously likes playing in the MODUS Super Series.
He's got that tour card style of play, if you get my meaning. He would give people problems. And again, where would his level then go playing in that environment?
100.
He made an excellent point yesterday when you're playing and succeeding here with big numbers, it's very impressive. But you're not going to win every game if you went to the tour, for example. And your stats will be inflated by the standard around you. So
yeah, you rarely get involved in those legs that go sort of 22, 23, 24 darts. So, you know, more often than not, you're leaving a double after 12 against the throw, which is well into the hundreds in terms of averages, but not getting a go.
137.
These days you don't get many people saying, oh, I was on tops after 12 and didn't get a shot. That's just par for the course.
Standard.
Double 10.
Game shot on the first leg. Raymond Smith.
An 18 dart breaker throw in leg 1. And in fact, that's
second leg. It's Raymond
that's a bogey for him, isn't it?
Game on.
An 18 darter.
With a dart on the floor.
Yeah.
So technically, he got rid of 501 points and 17 darts. But of course, if you get that little deflection on the stem or the flight and it falls on the floor, it doesn't count. You don't register anything there. At which point could he seal
140.
the Group A title then? So a win here would get him to 22. And if Robb was to lose to Jeroen Mioch next, done.
Yeah, and the thing is, Paul, it's that 19 difference in leg average to Robb.
Do you want to play a little bit of 180 bingo then? Considering he got 3 180s yesterday and he's already got 4 today. How many is he going to get?
10.
I'm going to go for 12. Purely because he's probably had a word with the big rig this morning.
Oh, bragging rights.
Yeah. Oh,
60.
I got 11 yesterday, mate. And, I'll get 12 then. Because that's how they've been rolling this week. They've been setting standards for each other.
This is some standard.
180.
Second one in the leg. So yeah, a third would leave him tops. That may not be enough.
100. Ciaran, you require 41.
You don't want to give Raymond a shot at 120. Be warned.
Perfect guide.
Game shot on the second leg.
Well,
Ciaran Teehan.
Kieran's best leg by some margin.
Third leg, it's Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
He has had 112 darter, that 167 finish, wasn't it? That's his second 12 darter.
You might have heard from
85.
Chris Murphy at the start of this match that Ciaran Teehan has got the nickname Hightower. Who was your favourite Police Academy character?
The bloke that made all the noises. He used to make all the funny noises.
Actor Michael Winslow.
That's the one.
He played Larvell Jones. He was funny.
180.
Where on earth has this been? There was signs of it in his opening match of the day.
100.
You know who mine was? Eric Lassard. You know, the guy who used to run the academy, and he had his goldfish.
Yeah.
He was funny.
47.
There's not much giggling going on the stage this week. It's all business. And Tien's finding a good level here so far. Couple of legs in, averaging in 3 figures. And you know for a fact that Smith is over 90. He always is.
97.
Yeah, every day he's averaged in excess of 90. Yesterday, peaking
100.
at 96 for the day. Just over 90 for the day on Monday.
$60. Ciaran, you require
He's just
89.
slowed up a little bit in this game. Had a couple of unfortunate shots, but maybe he's pacing himself, ready for a spurt towards the end.
49. Raymond,
Remember, he's only lost once this week,
144.
and it was to Robb yesterday. Tien ready to go on tops, however. Give it a chance.
96.
And it's Ciaran Teehan now
Ciaran,
for a 2-1 advantage.
40. Game shot on the third leg.
Well,
Ciaran Teehan.
I predicted under 5.5 legs, so a scoreline of 4-1, which would
Fourth leg, it's Raymond to throw first.
be
Game
on par with their previous matches when you combine them. However, I didn't anticipate to be Teehan winning 4-1, but he's 2-1 up at the moment.
100.
Have you looked at the back of Raymond's shirt? That illustration that he's got there. He's had that there for quite a
57.
long time. I'm not sure what it is. But the setup that he has with his equipment is very uncomplicated.
60.
See a lot of people getting personalized flights these days with big jazzy designs. He's the kind of guy who walks into the dart shop and says, I'll have the white ones.
60.
Yeah, keep it simple, folks.
Some people don't like the big designs flicking through the air. I was always someone who liked flights that I didn't want to see them reacting in the air. I wanted them to have just a look of ballistic intelligence where they were just one colour and going in a direction.
Yep. Totally agree.
You know, you used to get those flights where it was one side was white and one side was black. Conan Whitehead used to use them. And I said to him once, I can't use those because I like in my eye line to have one colour.
Yeah, that same look.
130.
Much better from Smith. I'd say that he's finding the bullseye on approach now as well.
58. Ranger requires 71.
The bullseye at the end of this one.
Double 13. Leaves double 16.
$63.
A rare mistake. But the good thing is, Tien's only halfway through the leg. And we could be going the distance for the second time.
137.
So far today, we've had a 4-1 twice.
8.
We've had a 4-2. And a distance game between our two previous combatants on the hockey. And this one is 4 legs deep and 2-2 in scoreline.
Fifth leg, it's Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
And at the point where Tien led 2-1, he was averaging
57.
well over a ton. From getting in that position of 2-1, the average for Smith has stayed the same, just over 90. Ciaran Teehan has taken 10 points off of his average.
140.
I've just been double checking actually. One of the reasons why Raymond Smith's leg difference is so healthy at +29, I think healthy is probably an understatement. But he's only been taken the distance by one player. Ben Robb has beaten him 4-3, and Raymond has beaten Ben 4-3. The rest of his games he's won by at least 2 legs.
Yeah, majority have been 4-0s and 4-1s.
137.
So this will feel a little different. And it will be unexpected from the form book if Raymond doesn't win this leg and have the chance to win 4-2.
Absolutely.
43.
Going into this, there was some 15 points in the running averages separating them. And that's over 2 and a bit days.
180.
There we have another maximum for T, and that's the 4th of the match. We're definitely getting more in the way of lipstick today.
Well, up until this point, Teehan
91. Ciaran, you require 87.
had hit 2 180s in 2 days.
Doesn't take the 87. Smith could nick it with a very difficult 136. He had a 51 to leave this number. He needs another one of those. And a double 8.
120.
I've just heard oohs from
Ciaran,
the
you
practice
require
room.
10.
They genuinely thought, like we did, like you guys at home, that that was going to be 3-2 Smith.
Yeah, myself and Nico were just sort of nodding in almost
8.
Predicting
Raymond, you
the
require
136 because he does
16.
love double 8.
What did I say earlier? You can't give him a second bite of the cherry. If he's not comfortable, he's not going to throw it.
12.
And that is a very rare
Ciaran, you
mistake
require 2.
with 3 darts at a double, giving Tien a shot to win a leg on throw in 7 visits.
No score.
Too many mistakes.
Raymond, you require 4.
I don't remember seeing Raymond Smith on Desmond all week, or indeed in the Madhouse.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Raymond Smith.
That's about as much emotion as you get from him. He didn't even show that much emotion when he hit a 170 yesterday.
6th
In fact,
leg,
it
it's
was
Raymond
Tien
to
who
throw
did
first. Game on.
get the second biggest finish on the dartboard, a 167 yesterday as well. But while I can, Mace, before it could be potentially spoiled, or maybe if it changes.
140.
The difference in leg difference between the top and the bottom of the table is 51 legs.
That's got to be a record.
95.
29 plus for Raymond Smith as it stands, minus 22 for Danny van Tripe. If Smith wins this game, he will make that even bigger. And we've still got more matches to come.
Trying to find the stat of how many times Raymond Smith's not hit a double with 3 in his hand as he hits yet another 180. What on earth?
Exactly. He's got the lesser average. He's got 3 less 180s.
44.
But he's in the lead.
Well, his actual tally for 2 and a bit days in 180s was 3. He's now hit 5 in 1 match. Answers on a postcard to the Modus Live Lounge.
I'm trying to remember. There was actually somebody a few weeks ago. I think it was the week that Colin Osborne played. He hit 5 maximums in a game and lost.
Ciaran, you require 46.
He might not lose this leg.
Game
and doesn't. We're going the distance for the first time in a game that involves Raymond Smith, but not Ben Robb.
Well, he could his best leg of the
7th
week so
final
far
leg.
in leg 2 with a 12 darter.
On.
And he's trumped that with an 11.
Danny Smith.
Yes.
That's who hit 5 180s and lost.
96.
It was a Smith. There's plenty of Smiths out there, though. And there are actually 4 in the World Championship starting next week. Raymond, Jeff, Ross and Michael.
140.
What a year it's been for Ross and Michael so far. Can Raymond throw his name in the hat?
And Jeff's got
96.
a lot on his mind going into the first round because he's only just inside the top 64 in the world, and he must, he feels, win that game that he has in order to keep his tour privileges for the next 12 months.
Who does he play?
140. 43.
He has Mike de Decker of Belgium, which
and he's been playing well, hasn't he?
Is a bit of a 180 nightmare. Mike de Decker is one of the biggest 180 hitters in the world. And Smith of the Jeff variety is going to have to be on his finishing if he's going to stay in that one. It's actually
41.
in the same section of the draw as Raymond Smith. But it is Raymond who's got the better position here.
134.
Well, has he? Or hasn't he? That's changed.
That's awkward. Tried to dink it over the top.
100.
But she gets a fabulous
Ciaran, you
ton.
require 132.
Dinky, dinky, dink. That is a brilliant dart. How good could this be? Oh, double 16.
100.
We all get a little bit twitchy on that double
Raymond,
16 when you get the two balls.
80.
But it is a match start miss for Tien.
Real showbiz shot, that one. So the single or the double.
Game, shot,
And it is
and the
Raymond
match.
Smith,
Raymond Smith,
who still is with just the one defeat over the course of 2 and a bit days as Raymond Smith takes the honour. Great effort from Ciaran Teehan in that match. An average of 93.03, hit 5 180s right at the end there. Ball, missing double 16 to steal the spoils. Right, when we come back, another interesting matchup as Robb takes on Jeroen Mioch.
And so the Guru wins again that victory before the break. Paul Nicholson's alongside me to analyse what we've seen, and we kind of saw a different kind of element to Raymond Smith's game there, didn't we, that win over Ciaran Teehan?
Yeah, it was gritty, that one, wasn't it? Because Tien was showing some great stuff. He got a lot of 180s. I mean, we talked about it with Chris in the commentary box there. He's hit more 180s in that match than he's hit all week, and he still managed to lose. But that's the way it works sometimes in these short format games. You can have a lot of scoring, but you only got one match start. That at double 16 for a 1-3-2 out, which would have been spectacular in itself. But ultimately, the Guru just had enough in the way of bulletproof material.
Yeah, 2 balls to set up that double 16. Raymond Smith has been the outstanding player all week so far, and he is, of course, the runaway leader in Group A. Tien and Tripe now, they're just playing, aren't they, to get themselves into form for the rest of the week in Group C?
Yeah, very much so. I think when you think about their position in the table, it's all about just doing something positive today and something that you can remember for Thursday morning to kick forward in a fresh campaign where your leg difference and your points are going to be wiped clean. So doing something positive is definitely something that Ciaran Teehan did there, just didn't get the win.
Yeah, speaking of leg difference, we just saw there Jeroen Mioch, same leg difference as Ben Robb, 2 points behind, about to play each other. Hasn't beaten him yet this week. We'll take a look at their fixtures. Did take out this 160 against him on Monday as a bit of a warning shot, really, for all of us. But if he wins this match, he's going to be above him.
Yeah, that was his first leg of the week, and you figure after that, oh, maybe he's going to be stronger than we thought, and he has been. But Ben has shown the same sort of steel right there in that moment that Raymond just showed us right there. Same checkout as well, 80. So a little bit of a mirrored action there from the Oceanic players.
Go on then, which way is it going?
I think this is a difficult one to call. I think for the third game in a row, we're going to go 7 legs, but I'm going to side with the Kiwi.
There we go then. Well, from one mildly entertaining double act up here on the balcony to a much more interesting duo on the stage. Robb's on and Jeroen.
Thanks, Murph. Oh, no splinters from Nico. Proud of you. This is the final match of the second cycle of games. And it's position 2, taking on P3. Ben Robb, 16 points plus 10. Jeroen, 14 points plus 10. Go 11 to 10, Jeroen. 4 to 6, Ben Robb. Monday it was 4-2 to Ben, a closer affair.
First. Game on.
Tuesday, 4-3 to Ben Robb, but he was 4 out of 5 on the doubles in that contest, and that was the only difference between the two.
140.
Win here for Jeroen. We'll put him on to
57.
16 points alongside Ben Robb. And there's only 6 more points available. A win
100
for Ben secures his spot in Group B.
60.
It probably Atkinson will be hoping for a Robb win because he would only then be just 2 wins away with 3 to play from Jeroen.
57.
Plenty to play for. What we do love about the Super Series is the integrity of the players. They will all continue to strive for excellence. As Nico said up there with Murph, it's all about planting a positive seed.
Let it grow, let it grow, let it grow. And maybe that's not as good as the pun that Chris Murphy's just pulled with Robb's on and Jeroen.
144.
No, it was a little bit sick. Went in my mouth.
88.
Interesting. It looks like he went for the treble 8 there. Is he fancying tops today? Well, I went for Ben Robb to win this match by 4 legs to 3.
140.
So I went for
56.
the against the throw win.
Game shot on the
so
first
far,
leg.
so good for Jeroen
Mioch.
Mioch. That's a good start, solid. Do you get the feeling that, and I don't mean to keep going on about his shirt because I really like it,
Second
but it does have the same colour scheme as Jamie Hughes.
The Black Country. Yam and Yow. All right,
79.
Considerably richer than Yow.
60.
What a great program that was.
Yeah, they don't make comedy like that anymore.
No, not allowed.
And if you think we're taking the mickey
85.
out of the West Midlands, Harry Enfield took the mick out of every dialect, every single one of them, and everybody was laughing at the same time. But he
80.
He never really took to taking the mick out of darts, did he?
No.
Not like the 9 o'clock news guys in the 80s.
Oh, that was
99.
Genius. Absolute genius. My favourite one. Oh, he's had a bounce out. It's going to come out.
131.
No bounce outs there, and so far Mioc is finding good visits, and he's using the right parts of the board, in my opinion. That switch to the 17s there is such a good
45.
play.
Yeah, it's just not used enough, the 17, and mathematically it should be used way more than the treble 19.
95.
Are you surprised by what he's done this week?
Well, yeah, I've not seen anything of him coming into this week. I'd obviously done, you know, a fair bit of research and looking at performances.
125. Jeroen,
you know, numbers based rather than looking at the action and looking at his mannerisms. And yeah, I think he's overachieving's a bit strong, but I think the whole environment,
29.
as you've said, is
Ben
just suiting him.
68.
Maybe we should have listened to our friend Marco Meyer all along, because he knows more about Dutch darts than most.
52.
He's on his way to the World
Jeroen,
Masters in Assen.
106.
So, good luck to you, Marco. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, good luck to all the players. Plenty of them out there are Super Series regulars.
Game shot on the second leg.
That's
Jeroen
beauty.
Mioch.
Ooh, a little bit of a finger point towards the board there, as if to say, ooh, that was a good shot, wasn't it?
Was an absolute
Third leg, it's
beauty.
Jeroen to throw
Confidence
first.
coming in.
Game on.
Pinpoint accuracy from Jeroen. Yeah, it's great to see the Masters back.
There's only one guy mastering this game right now.
180.
He hasn't missed a double. He's averaging 93, and that's his first max. Maybe me saying that Ben was going to win this game was the kiss of death.
Well, yeah, we've both both
97.
got it a little wrong, although it's again, it's not really opinion; it's stat based.
180.
Second one in the leg. One apiece in that column. Cancel that.
180.
What a leg of darts this is. Ben's thinking, is there any way I can get a leg off this guy today?
Can I get in the match?
30. Jeroen, you require 44.
Surely he's got to leave double 16 again, and does.
28.
And you won't like those
Ben,
two.
you require
Yeah, it was a bit
151.
Almost sense the adrenaline in those. Ooh, treble 17. Oh, just misses. Had to be left him tops.
Fancied it, didn't he?
Yep.
119.
Good
Jeroen, you
leave.
require 16.
Does it make any difference? It
No
does.
score.
What could have easily been
Ben, you
3-0
require 32.
should now turn into 2-1 with Ben getting back in the match. This is for a break of throw. You can see the angle.
No score.
It was very, very difficult.
Jeroen, you require
He had to
16.
pick a side, didn't he?
Nothing in the way of this one.
Game shot
He
on the
does
third
find that
leg.
double 8 for the
Jeroen
3-0
Mioch.
lead. The average plummets by about 7 points in that leg, courtesy of that 17
Fourth leg,
darter,
it's Ben
but
to throw first.
still,
Game on.
it's impressive, albeit with missed darts at double in this match so far.
93.
He missed 5 in that leg.
$93.
Do you think the ever philosophical and relaxed Ben Robb will be
58.
too fussed about second or third? Because it doesn't really make any difference, does it? However, if it was me, I'd want second.
81.
I'd want to be a little bit further up the ladder. But I suppose the biggest thing now with the 3-0 lead for Mioc is if he gets one more leg, Raymond Smith is
100.
mathematically through. He'll
Yep.
be done after 2 rounds. And then all that's left is setting the record.
Yeah, done in
39.
12 matches and convincingly. There is a
180.
think of it, right, a 50-leg swing in leg difference between Raymond Smith and Ciaran Teehan.
93. Ben, you require 70.
This is to stop from being bageled. He's got plenty of time. Double 16 again.
54.
Other side.
Will we see the 919s to leave 24?
Yeah, it's good thinking as well, because if you get one treble, you're leaving 100.
Ben, you require 60.
If you get a ton upstairs, you're leaving 95. You'd much rather have 100 than 95.
Absolutely.
Got to hit a double. And he
Game
finally
shot on
does.
the fourth leg. Ben
It's his
Robb.
first double from 8 attempts. No bagels here.
Yeah, no real damage for Jeroen
Fifth
because
leg,
it
it's
was
Jeroen
just
to
a
throw
hold.
first. Game on.
And now he has the opportunity to serve it out. And win it at 4-1.
180.
Not seen too much of that from Jeroen.
I think he wants to beat Ben Robb.
Yeah, well, he lost 4-2 Monday, 4-3 yesterday. And yesterday he would have
100.
possibly felt a little hard done by.
He's lost twice to Raymond Smith as well.
140.
He's beaten Adam Atkinson twice. And he's beaten Ciaran Teehan twice. So
58.
I think we can see what his agenda is today. He's not going to win the group, but what he can do is make sure that he's not beaten 3-0 by the Oceanic Connection.
We will no doubt be playing one of them tomorrow night and Friday night, and potentially the other
140.
on Saturday night.
You require 140.
He's taken out some perlers this week, including a 1-4-3 yesterday. Was probably, with a little bit of argument attached, the best finish.
100.
He did get a 160, but the 160 is slightly easier.
Yeah, the 143 and the circumstances it was hit. I mean, we did have the 170, but Raymond Smith was just on a roll, wasn't he?
You require 40.
Mioc for the win, his first win against Ben Robb this week. And this is to send Raymond Smith through to Saturday. He will not be caught. And now Mioc and Ben Robb, for the rest of the day, will just try to solidify their spot in Group B. Round 2 is done, and Group A is done. But we've still got plenty of matches for your entertainment for the rest of the day. Mioc with a really good performance. The average came down a little bit, but it was still very solid. We will get a look at Tien and Atkinson after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Mioc is on the march this morning. It's a brace of 4-1 victories for Jeroen Mioch, the Dutchman, including a first victory against Robb in that second and third place battle. He wins it in pretty good style as well, though Robb did miss 7 darts at double in that game. So did Jeroen, but managed to find 4, including at the end of a 106 checkout. And it does mean, as I was discussing with Paul Nicholson just before that match, he leapfrogs the New Zealander into second spot in the table. A better leg difference by 6 now, after winning by 3, of course, in that one. And looking in a very good position to take second place. Look, Raymond Smith all but through at the top of the table on 22 points. If he wins his next match, that will be the case. But now it's Adam Atkinson against Ciaran Teehan in our next match of Wednesday. And the pair, of course, have played twice already this week. And Adam Atkinson has won twice already this week, including this stylish success in Monday's meeting when he cleaned up the 138 to seal a 4-1 win of his own. Ciaran Teehan produced a 3-figure finish himself when the pair did battle yesterday, a 108 checkout for him, but it was Atkinson who went on to get the win. So will it be a Hartlepool hat-trick, or can the Irishman get a bit of revenge by producing a corker of a performance? Let's find out with the asset and the ace.
Thanks, Murph. Well, Raymond Smith will have to wait a while, and ironically, his next match to confirm all but what we already know will be against Jeroen Mioch in a couple of games' time. But up next, Atkinson against Teehan. Atkinson's won both their meetings, Monday and Tuesday. Monday 4-1, yesterday 4-2. They go 8-11, Atkinson. Even money Tien, but Ciaran Teehan so far today has thrown like the shackles are off, and he's playing with a bit of freedom, and there's
to throw first. Game
a lot
on.
more rhythm to the throw. There's a lot more fluidity. It's a lot more relaxed, but has to be said, I've been impressed with Adam so far today. As I've already said, first in the building this morning, was on the practice board, putting in the hard yards, and he's looked okay today, Nico, hasn't he?
Yeah, he looked pretty good yesterday.
91.
I think his statistics were telling us fibs, actually. After 3 matches, he was undefeated. And I had to double check that when I wrote it down, because his averages weren't that great. But for the day, he averaged 78.64.
97.
Walked away with the 6 points because he lost his last 2 matches. But overall, compared to the previous day, funnily enough, where his average was 7 better, it felt like he played better because he was doing better things at the more important times.
Yeah, it just looked more comfortable. I think, and again, this 57. Is meant in the best possible taste. I think he's maybe underachieved where Jeroen has possibly overachieved.
140.
Love the fact that you've just quoted Kenny Everett, by the way. Yeah. Well, I think you're right. I think because of the chatter about Adam on social media and some of the results he's had, we automatically looked at him and thought he's going to do something this week. And we forgot about the possibility of someone doing something when we know a little bit less about them.
Yeah, and again, it's all dealing with
28. Adam, you're required 107.
You know, you're under the lights out there. You're fully aware that everybody's either tuning in via their chosen bookmaker or the Sporty Stuff website or the Sporty Stuff TV channel, or our YouTube channel. That
71. Ciaran, you require 146.
This product is on, but it's vast, and it's dealing with that, and that's another thing 57. To get used to in this sport. You sort of go from playing league 36. To Super League to county to ending up inside this environment.
Yeah, very different discipline.
Very different mental approach.
He's had a few of those darts this week, which
Ciaran, you require
just
89.
Gone a bit south at the end, and that might have something to do with the new grip on them, because, like he mentioned in his interview on Monday morning, he actually lost his darts, but Ciaran has not lost his mojo after losing his previous match. He has won the first leg on the ball.
Second leg, it's
three
Ciaran
darts
to
at the
throw
ball.
first. Game on.
He's at them all.
May as well just keep going for it. But
140.
he's definitely found a range on the treble 20. And at this point, do we start thinking about what he did here last time? Now,
Absolutely.
when he won here on the Saturday night, the very first Saturday night here, he qualified
140.
via Group C in a different place. He qualified in Southampton, then went down the M27 motorway, came to Portsmouth and won here. But he didn't do very well at the start of the week, and I said, I think it may have been yesterday morning, maybe he's just the kind of player that doesn't get out of the blocks, but if you put him in a distance race, he will find what he needs to find by the end of the week.
Well, maybe he's one of those kind of players that's more comfortable with the idea that it's almost knockout darts, where
140.
over the short course Group B and Group C, well, he came through Group C after having a disastrous Group A. He then just, maybe that whole mental approach he finds more comfortable.
62.
Where I think with Jeroen it's the opposite. I think he
136.
enjoys this round robin feature.
96.
Interesting play. Went for the treble 16 for double 14, but just to have a little bit of a sports comparison to that, some people like the short course swimming in the 25-meter pool as opposed to the 50-meter pool. Some people like to have track events outside. Some people are more comfortable doing, say, the 60-meter sprint indoors. Everybody's got their strengths.
Yep. Hence why some people play better in certain venues to others, even in
no score.
You know, some players that hate the match play, other players absolutely adore it. I'm looking at one.
Yeah, just keep me in the box with you with a nice cold beverage calling in the scores. That's my idea of a day in Blackpool.
30. Ciaran, you require 40.
Tien comes back for tops to double the lead.
Game shot on the second
leg. It's a much better dart than the previous visit. He had a couple of wild ones there, but so far so good.
Third leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
More fool me for saying that Raymond Smith was safe, by the way. Here's me thinking that he's all right.
Well, he like I say, something extraordinary would have to happen.
$58.
Extraordinary we could deliver, maybe. Imagine if somebody was to come up and win like Mioc in the next 3 games. In order to keep it going, he's going to have to beat Raymond Smith in game 9. And that would keep things going towards the second half of Wednesday's play. But taking a break from that top of the table thing.
98.
Tien, who is sitting towards the foot of the table, he just wants to make himself feel a little bit better about his chances later in the week. When he did qualify in Southampton for that week where he won, he was bottom of the table
79
in Group A. And I asked him a question on Monday morning, and it was, are you hoping for a better Group A campaign? And he says, I don't want to finish bottom. So maybe that's his motivation today.
Well, already we've just seen a different version to him on day 3 than we've seen on Monday and Tuesday, and maybe he's just warming to the task.
81.
It's not. I don't believe it's a coincidence. It may well be just a mindset.
100. Adam, you require 105.
He was far too deliberate across Monday and Tuesday.
And we aren't to know what he's been up to over the last few weeks in getting prepared for this. Oh, look at this. Inviting.
65.
Give it a really good chance. And Tien might go the same route.
That would have been one for the highlight reel.
He's not. He's going south. A little bit more conventional. And he misses 2.
57. Adam, you require 40.
The Pooley wearing Hartlepool colours today.
It would have been Aaron Monk, of course. It would have been Bull 5
Adam
Bull.
Atkinson.
There's no sense in that.
Fourth leg, it's Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
Saying nothing.
What's the oddest shot you've seen against you in a tour match? Someone done something that you thought, oh, you've got some guts doing that.
No, only really it was James Wade when he was about 17-ish. And it was, believe it or not, it was in Portsmouth playing in a UK Open qualifier. And we were, I think it was best of 9 back then. 4-4, he won, I bet 180 leave tops. He wants 80 and he's gone tops with 3 darts in hand, which he's gone on to do many times, of course. The strangest one I ever did was against Whitlock in a pro tour when I made the semis, and that was that 120, which was unheard of then, but I couldn't see the treble 20 and I had to go ball. It was my only option.
43.
Whitlock's face was a picture, but he sort of trumped that and some by hitting those 3 balls on the Euro tour.
Yeah, I've had a couple against me. One
41.
Conventional brilliance, but still extracting something, was Steve Lennon against me. First time I ever met him. And he beat me convincingly, but he took out 321 finishes 3 different ways.
Wow. Well, recently, Wes Newton wanted, I hit 174 to leave tops, and Wes Newton wanted 78, and he went 54, double 9, double 3 for the match. That
134.
That hurt a little bit, which is why I paid him back with the 10-darter on the ball, of course.
Dave Pallett once hit 129 against me with bull, treble 19, double 11. I think that was to win the match as well.
97.
Well, that was not out of character for Dave Pallett, who I'm going to say used to be very unconventional. He's become a bit more conventional over the last couple of years.
46.
I believe Dave Pallett's in the World Masters as well.
Yep, he is. Good luck, Dave, over there.
It wouldn't be a bad pick for that. Who is your pick for the World Masters? I'll give you a little bit of time to digest that.
42. Ciaran, you require 138.
Tien's got breathing space here. Atkinson has fallen off a cliff scoring-wise, down towards 76, the average. 76 scored here for Ciaran.
86.
He would love to get to 6 points in the table. Hasn't got a win so far today, and neither has Danny van Tripe, who is also on 4 points. The rest of them have all scored.
139. Ciaran, you require 52.
Double 16 for that 3-1 lead.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Double 8 will do.
Ciaran Teehan.
21 darts. It's fine. It's a leg win. But regardless of standard,
5th leg, it's Adam to
just
throw
winning
first.
legs,
Game
that
on.
is what's going to inflate that confidence
Absolutely.
minute by minute.
There are a few Australians over in the World Masters. Any names there that you recognise?
Tori Kewish.
Tori Kewish, of course.
It's not going to be a great deal of a commute for Tori now. She lives in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Be a nice change for her.
Bit of a result.
97.
It's got to be a really open field, isn't it, for the Masters?
Yeah, looks that way. There's a total of, I think it's, I don't know how many men are in there. Probably around 500-ish, possibly.
I wouldn't be surprised if Leonard Gates wins it, you know. He's in the World Masters and the PDC World Championship. Welcome to 2022.
58.
I saw a photograph, actually, before they had... It was the Europe Cup this year, wasn't it? And the singles was won
42.
by Jacques Robb of France. And Ciaran Teehan had this great photograph with his team at Dublin Airport. And I'll always remember that photograph because such a great team spirit with the Irish squad.
Well, another player who's playing in the PDC Worlds, it's also in the Masters, Diogo Portela, another Super Series regular. Massive amount of Canadian
100.
players have made the trip.
Maybe on their way back from Doha. Watch the World Cup, go to the World Masters on the way, Go back to Canada.
85. Adam, you require 137.
He's going to go 57 for tops here to stay in the match. But maybe if he'd got the 57 there, the tops wasn't the play with Tien on 201. He might be forced into going.
Can Luke Littler do the doubler over there?
He's my
96.
pick. I think he wins it.
Adam,
Boys singles and in the
80.
men's singles. He could win them both the way he's playing.
Yeah, I think Littler wins the men's. He's in great form. Good recovery there from Adam.
69.
You can't take
Ciaran,
79 and 2 to
to
give Tien a shot at 105. Now, earlier, he went treble 19 for this shot. Does so again. And this time, he repeats
57.
what he did before
Adam,
in failing to get
11.
a shot at double 16. Tidy single for double 4.
Yeah, in the middle. It's always a nice feeling on the big numbers.
9.
That's not a
Ciaran,
nice
you
feeling.
require 48.
No, it's not. So Tien to get separation between himself and Danny van Tripe in the table on points.
Game,
He does get it.
And the
That's
match,
another 21
Ciaran
dart leg.
Teehan.
Not the greatest standard in that game, but it's a really good confidence boost for Tien. He's definitely going in the right direction with his first win of the day. And he will go to 6 points in the table with that 81 flat average. If he's looking for bright sparks, that checkout percentage is not that bad at all. And if he can replicate that throughout the rest of the week, he won't go far wrong as long as he gets enough chances. When we come back, it will be Danny van Tripe looking to do exactly what Ciaran's just done, but Ben Robb will stand in his way.
Hello again. Well, he's been showing signs all day and he's finally got his victory. I'm talking about Ciaran Teehan, of course. A 4-1 win in the last match before the break, beating Adam Atkinson. That after taking Raymond Smith to a last leg decider in his previous match with 5 180s in it. No maximums in that one for Tien, but he does get the victory and lifts himself away from Danny van Tripe at the bottom of the table. And we'll have a look at that table now. See Tien on 6 points, 2 ahead of van Tripe, and just closing the gap on Atkinson. It also means that it's guaranteed now that Robb and Mioc will be the players in Group B, assuming, of course, that something incredible doesn't happen at the top of the table. But fair play to Ciaran Teehan. Remember last time he was here, he had the Craig David week, and he could be doing it again. Couldn't win a game on Monday, won a couple on Tuesday. He was looking good by Wednesday. Will he be win on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, chill on Sunday? We'll find out, won't we? Ciaran Teehan off the mark here on Wednesday. But now, Danny van Tripe gets a chance to respond. He takes on Ben Robb, but it'll be a tough task for van Tripe. Ben Robb has played his best darts against him in each of their meetings this week. That 140 helped him on his way to a 4-2 win when they met on Monday. He averaged around 100. And this 112 helped him on his way to a 4-2 win on Tuesday, and he averaged around 100. So Danny van Tripe knows exactly what he's up against here. He's lost his last 8 matches as well, so looking to end that losing streak here. Can he do it, or will Robb run riot once again? Let's find out in the company of Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Well, let's hope he's not looking for Kaz and Ben Robbo selector the right doubles. I'll get my coat.
You've changed. You've changed. Honestly, whatever Murph's got, it's infectious. I've never heard so many Ben Robb jokes in all my life. I think these guys have got on pretty well over the last couple of days, but it's honestly, it's impossible not to get on with Ben Robb.
Well, we have a great position here where our comms is, as you look at the stage, back and left, and then to our left is the
first
practice area. And
to throw
incredible
first.
the laughs and the
Game
jokes
on.
and the oohs and the ahs, because there's a massive big screen in there where the players can follow the action. And they do seem to be getting on very, very well.
125.
It does help. I suppose the audience could ask us, what was it like for us when we were in the practice room? I was really lucky.
55.
I had Richie Howson, Wes Newton, Tony O'Shea, Andy Jenkins, people I've known for quite a long time. So it was a really nice atmosphere
45.
to, stay focused when you're practicing, and when you're sitting down, you can have a quick chat. For you, you had a lot of people that you knew very well.
Robbo and Tony O'Shea, John Walton, Wes Newton, so all players that I played with pretty much through every part of my
60.
I won't call it a career, but there you go. But yeah, it was brilliant. Great banter, and Barry Bates.
96.
He was also in there on one of my days. Yeah, it was like a
43. Ben, you
trip
require
down memory lane and
170.
a bit of a reunion.
Yeah, memory lane's a lovely place.
And then, of course, I got to spend the week with Conan Whitehead, which is always good fun.
It's never dull when Conan's around.
We did have a great laugh. We got used to just meeting up
64.
early and then
Ben,
having
you
a chat.
require 112.
And then coming in together. Not that he ever practiced with me, because he didn't practice until about 15 minutes before his first game.
Sickening.
Yeah.
100.
Look at me and
Danny,
go,
you
"What you
require
doing?"
164.
Everybody's got to find their own way, I guess.
54.
And Ben is
you
looking for
require 12.
16 darts to take care of this break of throw.
Game
That's
shot
exactly what happens.
leg. Ben Robb.
I think the gesture from Danny van Tripe at the start of this match, as if telling him to calm down,
Game on.
was as if to say, I think his practice darts might have been pretty useful. Secondly, he's played rather well against Danny van Tripe this week, hasn't he?
Monday, Ben Robb won 4-2 with 100.35, and he missed 7 darts at a double in that match. Danny was immaculate 2 from 2. Also in that match, Ben Robb took out a 140, which makes those missed darts even more incredible. And then yesterday...
Didn't he do the same again? He didn't miss a double.
Exactly that.
So he's 4 from 4. on doubles against Ben Robb
100.
and hasn't won a game.
Correct. Although Ben Robb was
99.
4 out of 5 and averaged 99.56.
So he's running 100 average pretty much against this man. So he obviously likes playing him.
Yeah, well, it'd be tempo related, wouldn't it? It just gets on with it. There's no drama. It's almost like he's practicing. He just, by the time he's
94.
walked round and then addressed the hockey, Danny's out the way.
Yeah, it's a sweet spot rhythm. Everybody has someone they like playing
84.
against rhythm-wise.
Then you require
No,
110.
I played some real quick ones, and you almost get giddy. You're just going around in a circle.
I did get dizzy once playing against Ricky Evans.
78.
The only person getting dizzy right now is Danny Van Tripe because he's being spun around.
Ricky Evans can hit 180 faster than the Lamborghini can get to 60.
Ben, you require 32.
He's at it again. If it goes.
Game shot
it does
the second leg.
2-0.
Ben Robb.
And this time, Danny's problem is he's not getting any shots at doubles.
No, he's 2 from 5 on the doubles, Ben Robb. Danny
Third leg,
yet
it's Danny
get
to
a
throw
dart for the
first.
double.
Game on.
How do you survey Ben's chances against Mickey Mansell next Thursday?
121.
He's up against it for me. I rate Mickey Mansell. I think he's underrated.
Let's not forget as well, as he hits max number 2 of the game. He didn't struggle in that department yesterday either, getting double digits. But if he is to get through
100.
Mickey Mansell, he'd have the small matter of the defending champion in match 4. So it's one of those crazy nights where you've not just got to focus on
93.
one match. And from a psychological point of view, you have to focus on just one match.
Yeah,
in the back of your mind, you've got another one waiting.
I would approach that if I was Ben Robb. Absolutely no pressure. You know, it's Mickey Mansell's the tour card holder. He's the one expected to win. If you win that one, you're playing against a guy who has had little to no preparation for this Worlds. And the pressure's on him.
So there's a couple of contradictions happening here. One, he's playing a fast player here and playing well. Mickey is not a quick player. Almost gets a shot at a 1-3-2 like Tien did earlier.
92. Danny,
but maybe this
80.
format of multiple games in a day is going to help his cause.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be phased by it at all.
40.
He went for tops there.
Then you require 40.
Just trying to make something happen, but he's finally missed a double against Ben Robb. First time this week. Does he pay for it?
He 35. Danny, you require 40.
Double 5.
35.
He's gone from hitting everything to hitting nothing, unfortunately.
All on the wire, weren't they? All right on the money. Double 2 for a break of throw and a 3-0 lead.
3. Danny, you require 5.
That's an invitation. This could be double 1. I wasn't expecting to say that, and I don't think he was going for it.
Game shot on the
but it's worked.
leg. Danny Van Tripe.
Yeah, I think that expression from Danny, it was as if to say, I didn't
Fourth
mean
leg,
it.
it's Ben
I
to throw
promise.
first.
Well, on the 58, he goes 54 double 2, doesn't he? Maybe I just thought, well, maybe the treble 1 double 1.
At least we think he does.
Yeah.
26.
Oh dear, is he rattled?
I've got another lookalike for Danny Van Tripe, by the way, and you might want to look at your favourite search engine for this one.
100.
He reminds me of a very young J.J. Watt. Used to be the best defensive player in the NFL for the Houston Texans before he was traded to the
100.
Arizona Cardinals. He was a monster.
Might as well
Still
have just
is.
spoke to me in Dutch or Geordie.
His brother plays for the Steelers,
43.
T.J. Watt, who is currently the best defensive player in the NFL. So it runs in the family. And darts tends to run in quite a lot of families, doesn't it?
Yeah.
60.
It's very much down in one of those sort of handed down type of things. Both my parents played county darts. My dad played at a decent level. Both my brother and my sister both played county A.
96.
We've seen family affairs here at the Super Series with the Monks, the Richardsons.
Sounds like gangsters from London.
60.
The Richardsons, of course, were gangsters from London. Other side of the river.
92.
We have seen a 170 finish this week from, you guessed it,
100.
Raymond
Danny
Smith.
require
We'll
170.
see more of him after this in game 9 to close out round 3.
50. Ben, you require 155.
Just starting to lose their range, and Ben's not playing to the same level as he has against Danny this week.
38.
By a
Danny
good
require 120.
18%.
He's way off the mark. Remember, he had
60.
multiple
Ben, you
darts
require
for
117.
3-0 and the double break.
He's got tops though,
97.
and that has been
Danny
his
requires
problem.
60.
He's missed 9 at a double in this match already. He's only 4 legs old.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
If there has been
Danny Van
one
Trijp.
double on the board which has been better than most, it's double 10 for Van Trijp and has got him back level in this game.
5th leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
I've seen him a lot on double 5, but it's slim pickings when it comes to what double has worked, and for me, double 10 has been
60.
one of the better ones.
Yeah, and even if he does miss the double 10, he's 50% on double 5. 10 from 20. Which is good numbers.
He's had
57.
20 shots at double 5.
Yeah.
What does that tell you? It tells you he's missing tops and 10s.
46.
But it tells me that he's aggressive on the double. He's attacking. When you look at someone like Jeroen Mioch, he's 57% on double 10.
100.
He's actually not had a dart at double 5.
That's amazing.
81.
Be warned, Raymond, when you play him next. Don't leave him on double 10. Who does he think he is? Michael Smith? Do you think he's the best double 10 shooter in the world right now? 'Cause I think
He's right up there, isn't he?
I think statistically Ryan Mikkel is.
135.
He's got Lisa Ashton at the World Championship next week.
I tell you who is mustard on double 10 that you brought up a little earlier. This man, 6 from 9 on double 10, 66.67% on double 10
43.
alone.
That's not bad. Just one of the many
44.
statistics at our fingertips. Thanks to Mark Walker, our resident guru, for the stats, that is.
93. Danny require
We do have a guru in the building.
135.
Do we have a 135 present?
A ragged one.
49. Ben, you
He
require
needs this, Ben, Robb, just to
113.
steady the ship.
That's a lovely dart, that. So is that, right in the middle.
93.
3 very well thrown
Danny
shots.
require
He could still
86.
lose the leg. It's another ragged one, but a good recovery.
46. Ben, you require
It'd
20.
be fascinating to show you the averages of this game at the end of this, but he's gone and missed double 10. But
Game
doesn't
shot
miss
on the
double
5th
5.
leg. Ben Robb.
Sometimes you've got to win an ugly game, and I suppose this one could be classified as ugly.
Oh, it's a little
6th
worse
leg,
than
it's
that.
Ben to
This
throw
one's
first.
smelly,
Game on.
like a dog with fleas.
We'll just take that one away.
But when you're seeing a match where we've had
60.
now 17 missed darts at doubles, this is what can happen. There's your numbers. 2 from
60.
8 for Danny, 3 from 14 for Ben Robb. It'd be Ben Robb the happier of the two. He just wants 2 points.
100.
Even when you have a ton like that, you think, I threw everything with purpose there. Everything is concentrated.
96.
You know, we see it with elite players. They go up 60, 60, 60. You know, it's just... It's a game of fine margins. I think we take it for granted
45.
sometimes, and you know, we know better. We know how hard it is. You can literally throw them perfectly.
121.
1 minute they'll go in and the next minute they won't. They'll catch every other side of the wire or take a dirty deflection that you don't want.
Well, if you're worried about deflections, all you can do is go around the board every time and try and white horse it. Treble 20, treble 19, treble 18 all the time. But the problem with that is if you get 171, 171, you leave 159. You can't have a 9 darter.
Yeah, you have to go treble 20, treble 19, ball. Treble 20, treble 19, ball. Treble 20, treble 19, ball. That's how you do a 9.
41.
Yeah, nobody's quite done that yet.
140. Then you require 155.
Bobby George is closest I've seen. He missed the ball at 25 with the final goal.
Oh, hello.
117.
That would have been for the biggest shot out of this match by almost 100 points. But it's bust from Danny, and that gives Ben
required 38.
An option of splitting it, but forget about that. He's going straight for it. Now he's splitting it. And he does a very good job.
And the match.
4 legs to 2 confines Danny van Trijp to the bottom of the table on points on his own on 4. Ciaran Teehan is now on 6. And Ben Robb has gone to 18 points. Only 4 adrift of our leader at the top. Well, we said a little bit earlier that Raymond Smith was looking safe. He will be mathematically safe if he beats Jeroen Mioch for a 3rd time this week. Next.
Welcome back. Well, it is Groundhog Day for Danny van Trijp, who's just lost 4-2 to Ben Robb for the 3rd time in succession. This time, a much inferior performance from what we've seen before from the New Zealander, who's averaged almost in 3 figures in each of the previous meetings. It was sub-80 in this one, but van Trijp, having not missed a dart double against that opponent this week, missed 8 in that 4-2 defeat, and it means that he is firmly fixed to the foot of the table. 2 points behind Ciaran Teehan, who has picked up as the week has gone on. Adam Atkinson on 10. Jeroen Mioch, the only man who can mathematically catch Raymond Smith, though as the boys in the box have been saying, it is very, very unlikely, would be one of the most incredible things we've ever seen at the Super Series. But he does play him next, and that could be the start of that story. Could tease us a little longer. However, when the pair have met this week, Smith has come out on top on each occasion, taking out this 108 to win on Monday, and kicking off the final leg on Tuesday with a 180. The Aussie ace then going on to land that double 16 to seal a 4-2 success. However, both players have won both of their games so far today, and Mioc has actually only dropped 2 legs, which is why he can still mathematically catch Smith. But if Raymond does the business here, then it will be confirmed he is through to finals night. It's looked like it's been inevitable all week. Let's see if he can cross the line with plenty of time to spare. Back to Mace and Nico.
Many thanks, Murph. Great to see these two going at it once again. But it is 2-0 so far this week to Raymond. Not really a surprise.
Just to confirm, the entries for that World Masters we were talking about, 310 men, 199 women, 92 boys and 34 girls.
I don't know whether it's
I think about 100 on them are Dutch people.
There is quite a Dutch contingent, isn't there?
Yeah, it's vast.
One more person couldn't just enter and make it 200. That 199 just gives me anxiety.
Same. Don't like it.
It's like a cat when they're seeing a bottle at the end of the ledge and just tipping it to the end. You just got to
go.
Let them do it. Let them do it. But let these two go at it for best of 7 legs. And if Raymond gets 4 legs in this contest,
game on.
You can start making plans for the next couple of days. I don't think if he wins Group A, he's going to do a Daniel Closer and go into London and go on the rooftop buses in the freezing cold weather, which is due the next couple of days. He's going to be back here practicing and doing his prep for next week.
Yeah, I'll probably have a throw with him tomorrow afternoon or Friday afternoon if he's about.
He's a fascinating guy to chat to.
Might let him win a couple of legs.
Well, you've done something that he hasn't. You've won here.
What the fuss is about. It's easy.
Funny enough, I said to him on his birthday yesterday.
100.
Happy birthday. 43, the same age as me. And he said, yeah, but you've got one more major than me. And I went, you could put that right in a couple of weeks if you want.
The major of all majors.
Yeah, that would change his life
97.
for the better. Imagine if he was to... Let's talk about a couple of for instances. Let's say that Raymond makes the semi-finals of the World Championship.
57.
When Simon Whitlock got 100 grand for making the final, I believe it was, he then went into the top 20 in the world. Now, if Raymond was to make enough money to get a tour card, he'd then have a huge choice to make as to what he's doing next year.
Yeah, I think it's one of those. If you really want to take your
140
career to another level, though some people don't. Some people are quite happy with the way it is, which is why the PDC is not for everybody, and the modern game gives you options, of course.
Game
vast
shot on the
majority
first
of
leg.
everybody's goal,
Raymond
of course,
Smith.
is to win the Worlds.
Second leg, it's Jeroen to throw first. Game on.
It's a 15-dart hold. Another ton plus out for Raymond Smith.
I'm just going to pose you a little question about Jeroen Mioch, because
60.
I've seen his name on a lot of result sheets, and as soon as I saw that he was playing this week, I thought, okay, I need to get to know him a little bit better. But in looking into his career, even I'm surprised
57.
at something I've just found. Have a guess how many Dutch Opens he's played in at his age.
140.
6. So he's mid-20s, and you think, surely he's, been around the Dutch scene a while, probably from being a kid.
Dutch Open.
So in the actual Dutch Open, he's played 1.
Wow.
I'm
100.
very surprised by that.
So he is brand new.
He's fresh out the can. Like a
Fresh out the dam.
like a glistening peach covered in syrup.
140.
I don't know why I just said that. Anything to talk about food and annoy Mr. Mason, who's on a diet. Do you like peaches?
I do.
Oh, I shouldn't have said that then.
60.
Partial to
Jeroen, you require
apricot
161.
peach tart.
I can sense the longing in your speech. Well, Jeroen has made a perfect play here. And that's a bit of a peach.
129.
Yeah, that's the way to set up from 161 when your opponent's back on 284.
Yeah, he lost out to Thibaut Tricol in the last 16 of his first Dutch Open, which is a very good try.
Yeah, I think I only ever made the quarters. Was my
Jeroen,
best
you
ever run.
require 32.
He doesn't have to worry about that flight anymore. It's way
Game
out of
shot
sight.
second leg.
That's a beautiful
Jeroen
fix
Mioch.
there. Just going for the top corner of that double 8.
Both players winning in 15
Third leg, it's
darts
Raymond
on
to throw
throw
first.
in the opening
Game
2
on.
legs.
If Jeroen does not get the 4 legs in this contest and Raymond is going through, how do you fancy Mioc's chances in Group B?
140.
Yeah, I think he's one of the 3 that got to be a favourite to get through the way he's played, himself and Ben Robb.
100.
It's a tricky group with Peter Jakes in there, Chaz Barstow and Prakash Jiwa. Whoever does lose out in that group will feel a little hard done by. But he is littered with quality.
140.
Although, yeah, Prakash, of course, has played before, but that was down in Southampton, wasn't it?
Yeah, he wasn't in the same sort
93.
of mindset as he is now. Going into his first World Championship, he'll be full of beans and enthusiasm and confidence, but when he came to Southampton, it was very much a
91.
where is he now kind of mood, and he didn't show his best.
No, he played on again, he played a Thursday and Friday
58.
morning, played
Raymond
10
require
matches,
130.
had a high of 97.19 at 7 180s. 1-6, lost 4.
58.
This one's following a pattern so far, and that pattern is whoever throws first is getting the better chance to win the leg.
100. Raymond
5
require
visits.
72.
I mean, these 2 on Monday had an absolute cracker, didn't they? Jeroen was beaten 4-0, but averaged 100.11.
32.
It's a very strange visit. He had
Jeroen,
a bounce
require
out from the treble
150.
7. Then he hit the single 7, both times going for the 48 bed. He ends up leaving tops.
82.
And it's moments like that that do
Raymond
test you
require 40.
in the patience department, because he's not quite finding his A+ stuff here at this time of the day. Hopefully for him, it's not a bit of jet lag kicking in.
Well, Raymond's running average
20.
against Jeroen
Jeroen, you require
after
68.
2 matches played on Monday and Tuesday is 98. The aggregate score is 8-2.
$36. Raymond, you require 20.
The last visit was a bit scruffy. This one's a bit more polished.
Raymond Smith.
Yeah, long leg for these 2, that one. A 19
Fourth
dart
leg, it's
hold.
Jeroen to throw first. Game on.
You did get another Raymond, actually, playing in World Series darts in the summer when you were covering it for another network. Raymond O'Donnell.
60.
Good pal of mine from years back. Nice to play for Australia with his missus. Another darting family.
60.
Yeah, darts is a family affair in Australia. There's a lot of
43.
different families that travel around and do all the opens and try out for state and then Obviously, you know, from state you try and play for Australia.
Very much back in the BDO days, that was always the case with all the holiday camp events, and it was very much a family affair.
140.
Youngest player to have ever played at the World Championship, by the way, is an Australian.
48.
Mitchell Clegg. A Darting family. They all play, every single one of them. That was back in 2007, I believe. Because it was actually in 2006, but it was the 2007 championship. And Mitchell played a certain Raymond van Barneveld in the first round.
Nice draw.
140.
Raymond Smith looking to get our first break of throw. And then, of course, we'll throw for
100.
To win 4-1. He's already taken out 104 in leg one.
This is good.
145.
Can't ask for much
Range
more.
required 104.
That's not a bad lie for a 54. Enough said. Don't leave him on that number.
Darting deja vu yet again. A 104 checkout and back into the 15 dart line. This time a break
Fifth leg, it's Raymond to throw first. Game on.
If I was in this position, on the cusp of 24 points in the table, and on the verge of qualifying, there'd be two words going through my mind.
131.
Even more. Lie in. When you start this campaign on a Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday morning, and even a Thursday and Friday, you're up early. You're up early. But when it comes to Saturday night, you don't have to get out of bed till lunchtime if you so choose.
100.
Yeah, I was getting up and I was in the shower by 6 a.m. every day, and then a bit of light breakfast. A nice long walk up the road.
96.
I've got a question for you about Raymond's challenge, because he's not going to be playing this early when he plays at the World Championship at any time. So
100.
Is it important for him to get competitive action between now and then in different times of day, whether it be afternoon or night time?
Yeah, I think this will work out perfectly for him.
Raymond
playing
require 170.
Thursday and Friday night. He'd have had both ends of the coin, wouldn't he? I think he's so laid back he could play at 5 a.m. or 5 p.m. I don't think it would matter.
58. Jeroen, you require 170.
A portion of the World Championship, they're starting at 11 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, that's correct, when the football's on. I'm a little baffled by, considering Sky aren't showing any of the football.
And he is actually on an afternoon session. He may be playing just past lunchtime.
Well, this is the ideal prep.
The ideal result.
96.
This is double 16 this time.
Jeroen, you require
that was for qualification.
Like the thickness of a wire. Another one of those leaves double 10.
He's been pretty good on double 10, like you said.
Game
that's gorgeous. From Mioc, who shows a little bit of gumption there. That was a tremendous finish. Albeit the fact that the double 10 was right in the bottom corner.
Yeah, a little bit.
Sixth leg, it's
fortune favours the brave.
Game on.
The two treble 18s were delightful.
I just made another observation, actually. Prakash Jiwa is on the same session as Raymond Smith, playing against Madas Razma.
96.
We've mentioned that Raymond has got Karol Sedlacek. Luke Woodhouse will play Vladislav Omelchenko of Ukraine. And waiting in match 4 that afternoon. And I think this is a big thing for
100.
Raymond. Damon Heta. They'll be on the same session. They'll have a practice partner each.
Yeah, that's perfect for both. They'll feel more than at home.
180.
Jeroen's feeling at home in the red bit. His first max, the first max of the match.
95.
Was the 128 an absolute game changer?
85.
It will be. And you can finish 140 on double 10. Doesn't make a mistake from these kind of numbers. Just can't execute what he needed, but Jeroen could take us the distance if he just lines up tops with a ton, or maybe takes it out. Oh, he's going the other route.
The Rob Cross route.
72 scored, leaves 68.
92.
That's more than fine. Is he going to leave 67? Bring it on, he says.
121. Jeroen Mioch, 48.
Put a bit extra on that one, didn't he? Oh, that's perfect.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Jeroen Mioch.
And that is a 14 darter for Jeroen.
7th and final leg. It's Raymond to throw first. Game on.
To get the break back in leg 5.
All of a sudden, people are taking him the distance, aren't they? In his previous game, he won by 4 legs to 3 against Tien. Did very well to take out 80 in the last leg. After Tien missed a 1-3-2 on double 16. Here's us thinking that he might smash that leg difference
96.
record. He's currently sitting on the exact number of the record, but it would deplete if he loses this leg just a little bit.
60.
Raymond's running after this game is a match against Ben Robb, and then a match against Danny Van Tripe in our penultimate match of the session.
So you sense his biggest likelihood of getting points and big numbers are against Danny, because he's been taken the distance twice by Ben.
And beaten once.
100.
He's still on to equal the record of points as well. And that can only happen if he wins this game and the next 2. The record being 28 points held by Jim McEwen, who lost his very last match of that Group A campaign to Josh Payne.
77.
So he had a crack at 30 points. And Colin Osborne prior to that, who lost his 2nd game on Monday and went on a mad run of winning 13 straight. First to a finish. You sense he might have some company in a second. And Mioch's going to have to be crafty here. And he is. As 88. To whether that was the right route, I'll leave it up to you, but he does leave a finish. A finish that he took out yesterday. And what's more, he took it out to win a match.
100. Jeroen Mioch, 143.
Can he do it again? Not this time. And he's going to despise that.
Raymond
he doesn't even pressurize the 60 for Raymond. It's double top. And the Raymond train keeps rolling. Smith. He wins again. He's now got 24 points with 2 matches to go, but it's now mathematically certain that he will be in Saturday night. And you can be with us on Saturday night, can't you, to witness Raymond Smith playing just like that. A 90 average, somewhat below par, funnily enough, for the week. But 44% of the doubles again. It was Mioc putting in a good display against Raymond again, but he just can't beat him. When it comes to Tien and Van Tripe, they haven't had the best time of it in this table, and we will start round number 4 with those two when we return.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And you could be here at our finals night. Where, I hear you ask? Well, it's at the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth. When? Saturday evening. How? Tickets available via dartshop.tv. Most important question of all, how much? Not a single penny, absolutely free. Who else is going to be there? Well, I can tell you one person, Raymond Smith, because he has just confirmed his place in Saturday's action. A 4-3 win against Jeroen Mioch means that Smith is through. It has looked inevitable all throughout the week, and he has now confirmed his place as the Group A winner and therefore as the first man through to finals. Now, that was a decent game as well. Mioc himself averaged 93, was 50% on the doubles, including that 128, but the 104 from Smith helped him on his way to a victory in 7 legs. Now then, coming next, Ciaran Teehan takes on Danny van Tripe. The pair have met, of course, a couple of times already this week. And, well, Danny won their meeting on Monday. Tien got his revenge yesterday. And the Irishman came into today's session having only hit 2 maximums in the first 2 days, but then hit 5 in 1 match against Raymond Smith earlier on. Such is the difficulty in defeating Raymond Smith that it didn't result in victory for Tien. Lost that one 4-3, but a brilliant barrage of maximum hitting there from Hightower, for whom victory in this meeting with the Dutchman Danny van Tripe would condemn his opponent to finishing bottom of this group. The pair will battle again in Group C, but who will win today's tussle? Let's find out with Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Thanks, Murph. And it is a decider to see who wins their head-to-head record in this group. Everything will be scratched come tomorrow, and they will start with 0 points and 0 leg difference. But when we're looking at the disparity between the man who was qualified through Group A and the bottom table, well, the wooden spoon spot right now for Danny van Tripe. That gap between the leg difference is getting wider and wider and wider. And because we're sitting here and the fate of these players is pretty much done, we can say it's kind of funny. 55 legs between Raymond Smith and Danny van Tripe in the leg difference.
First
I
leg,
can't remember anything like that
Game
before.
on.
Well, I was having a look through our reams and reams of stats, and I can't find anything like it.
140.
But if he is going to be buoyed by anything, it is the fact that he's still got a chance over the next couple of days to put it right.
81.
Well, and one thing for sure, Ciaran Teehan has definitely found another gear. He is playing much better.
45.
I think you're right from what you said earlier. He's definitely playing quicker.
Yeah. It's just more fluidity to it all. It's more natural. It's less force.
60.
I think that works better with Ciaran Teehan. Mike Gillett is another one. He always starts off very deliberate and then slowly gets quicker.
140.
And then improves massively.
The man with the smallest flights in Super Series history.
Yes. Might as well
60.
just not even bother with them. Use some straws or something.
Is it a legal requirement that they need to have flights?
I do believe so.
So what he could do is get a flight and cut it down to the width of a stem.
55.
Phil Taylor almost did that once, didn't he?
Yeah, part of his makeup was a set of scissors.
It was. And you'd see him, and you'd be thinking,
97.
what are you
Kieran
doing?
require
And he'd just
121.
chopping away at them and then having a throw and chopping away. And I was like, yeah, you're just on in the World Championship in 10 minutes. Go up there, average 105, come back, go, oh, didn't like them duck. Great.
I've seen Simon Whitlock use scissors as well as many other things.
32.
What, for points? Oh, right.
You probably could make points out of flights.
Game shot on the first leg.
Points come when you get to 4 legs, and Tien is doing much better today than Danny is. He's got 2 points already.
Second leg, it's Danny to throw first.
And he's having one of those times where if he fell in a bucket of points, he'd fall out without them.
83.
That's not me being derogatory towards him. It's just how things have rolled for him the last couple of days. He's had some good spells, but unfortunately they've been in the early part of a match or the mid part of a match, but never enough towards the end.
Yeah, it's never been throughout.
96.
And it is a shorter format than what he's been playing this year. He has been playing some Pro Tour stuff, but the difference between best of 7 and best of 9
82.
is small, but it still feels different. And again, for best of 11.
Yeah, it's the mindset, isn't it?
59.
So how you approach a game of that kind of distance. I mean, back in the day, it was all best of 5, of course, but when we went to best of 7, we thought, oh, how long is this?
180.
But then as, of course, the standard increased, it still felt quick when you're on the wrong end of one.
59.
What's remarkable is that we can get through 15 games of best of 7 between 9:30 and 2:30 local time, and then when you go to the Pro Tour, they can get through
140.
I don't know how many matches it is on a Pro Tour day, but so many best of 11
96.
by about 6 o'clock.
72.
It's testament to how these tournaments are run these days and the quality of the players.
Yeah, it's like clockwork. No one's screaming down
Game shot on the second
microphone.
leg.
Chris
Ciaran
Mason,
Teehan.
4-5 last call, where you're just about to throw the double 16 for the game.
Third leg, it's Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
15 dart breaker throw. For Tien there, he's averaging 94. 180, 3 140s.
130.
2 out of 3 on the doubles. Starting to express himself.
41.
He's like an ice skater that's just been given the rink for free for an hour. Throwing a few jumps in there, and all of a sudden he's starting to play really well. And the pace is going even quicker now.
180.
80 number 2. See, the stats don't lie. Look at the 180 count.
44.
The last 2 days and the 180 count today, and just the numbers in general. A massive jump in performance. Can stay there.
If Ciaran was a high jumper, how
98.
high could he jump? High.
140. Ciaran, you require 93.
Well, he's
a
84.
bit like when Big Boris says jump and you just say how high.
Game shot on the third leg.
He's back the 15 up with a 12 dart hold. This is special from Ciaran Teehan. 102.48.
Fourth leg, it's Danny to throw first.
3 out of 4 on the doubles, 3 140s. Welcome back.
140.
Said it once, twice, thrice, and we'll say it again. Don't judge him by Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday. Judge him by Saturday.
100.
Something's happening with Tien, and he needed to find something today. He's starting to find it. He'll be a big threat in Group C, alongside Carl
95.
Wilkinson, Dylan Slevin, Fallon Sherrick, Danny van Tripe, of course, and Adam Atkinson.
140.
Is that the Dazzler this evening?
I believe she's not going.
Oh.
93.
Wow. I thought it was going to be a bit of a trek for her.
Yeah, I got a bit of an inside tip over the last couple of hours saying that she is not there.
Sensible.
100.
This would be some way to finish a 4-0 victory.
57.
And it would
Ciaran,
give him his best average of the week
161.
by quite some distance.
Yeah, be back-to-back 12 darters. It's not going to happen. So now it's all about the approach. He's found the treble.
99.
This is the 57
Danny,
to leave 24, but Danny's going to have to
116.
take out the 116. Needs a treble. No.
40.
Well, 62 for a 15 darter
62.
will keep him in 3-figure range for the match. His best this week, 93.74.
That was in defeat.
Game,
That's
shot,
much
and
better.
match.
And that
Ciaran
did not
Teehan.
take long. In fact, it took 6 minutes and 54 seconds for Ciaran Teehan to defeat Danny van Tripe with that 101.9, 80% on the checkouts, and that was by a mile his best performance. And Danny van Tripe will stay at the foot of the table no matter what happens for the rest of our schedule. We've got 5 more matches for you. Adam Atkinson will take on Jeroen Mioch next.
And so the Tien turnaround continues. Fantastic stuff from the Irishman in that one. A convincing victory against Danny van Tripe. Look at the average there, 101.9, 4 out of 5 on the doubles. It seems a long time since Monday when he didn't win a single game, and that 4-0 thumping of the Dutchman now means that Danny himself has lost 11 on the spin, and it does confirm that he will finish bottom of the Group A table. But well, he can take inspiration from the man who's just beaten him, can't he? Because last time he was here, he did exactly that and then went on to win finals night on the Saturday after getting through Group C. We will see that pair in Group C. We'll see them again today as well. But next up, it is the other man heading for Group C, Adam Atkinson. He's taking on the other Dutchman in the group, Jeroen Mioch, who just seems to love taking out massive finishers to beat Atkinson this week. A 1-4-7 to beat him 4-1 on Monday, and not satisfied with that, he turned up on Tuesday and completed a 1-4-3 finish for a 4-1 victory against the Poolie, who was left feeling sick, I'm sure, after that. So then we move on to one of 5 final games here in this group. It is Mioc against Atkinson, and Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason are on hand to guide you through the action.
Thank you very much, Murph. We've got 5 more matches to go in Group A. And everybody knows where they're playing over the next couple of days. Adam and Jeroen will be split up after this.
If they played as quick as the last one, we'll be out of here by half one.
Yeah, that was a particularly quick game. 6 minutes, 54 seconds for Ciaran Teehan to dispose of Danny van Tripe. But if you think that's quick, how about the record of the quickest game in Super Series history? 5 minutes, 48 seconds for Graham Usher against Gavin Carlin. So if you were watching that previous match, we had one that was quicker by a minute and 6 seconds.
To throw first. Game
Danny
on.
himself has actually won one 2 seconds quicker than the last one against Owen Roloffs. And that was 6 minutes 52. A speedster.
140.
Yeah, some people are just likely of having those quick matches. Connor Scott had some great matches about 12 months ago. And at one point, he was trying to run around the room because he wanted the quickest win. How ridiculous.
I'm looking at that and I was thinking,
125.
I said to you in the break, I said, I think I had one, a leg that lasted 5 minutes, 48 seconds. That is bonkers.
I don't know if we have a statistic for the longest match.
45.
Well, we will check.
We do, in terms of darts used, but
is that 36 darts?
Yeah.
61.
Well, now that Jeroen knows he's going to be playing tomorrow night,
137.
he's not only going to be split up from Adam Atkinson in the practice room for the next couple of days, he's going to be split up from Danny van Tripe as well. So the good pals who have travelled together and stayed together in the same accommodation.
79.
It's going to be strange for Jeroen to come here alone. He's going to have nobody in the practice room that speaks his mother tongue.
59.
All focus.
You think that will have an effect on him? Because his English is fine, but I'm sure he feels a lot more comfortable speaking Dutch to a pal in there.
Yeah, I agree, but I still think he will.
40. Jeroen, you require 120.
Knuckle down. And he's got plenty to feel good about as well. I mean, he's...
Maybe he's going to miss the points because
23.
he's beaten van Tripe 3 times quite convincingly. He's going to have to find those kind of wins against likes of Barstow, Jakes and Jiwa. And have more cracks at Ben Robb.
98.
You never know, though. Danny might come and support him.
97.
Unless he's got other things to do. Jeroen's got top.
77.
And Adam might find himself in the 19s himself if he finds the 60. And he does.
Will he split? No, straight for it. He'll be splitting now.
82.
Good this man is on
20.
double 10.
Game shot on the first leg. Jeroen Mioch.
Very, very pretty. I think it's the right time of the week for me to say we've got one
Second
person
leg,
Saturday.
it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
So, who's going to win through in Group B? Which 3 are you going to go for? Out of Mioc, Robb, Barstow, Jakes and Jiwa.
48.
Loving this, aren't you? You're worse than Parky. Jeez. You should get a job at the Parliament or something. Asking some proper questions. I'm going to go...
Yeah, but you're not going to tell me any lies.
No, I don't have the ability. I'm going to go... Barstow, Jakes and Robb.
I think that's an interesting call. What about Group C? Or is it my turn?
125.
Yeah, you can do that one.
Okay, I'll take Group C then. I'm going to go for Tien and Wilkie. I think Carl Wilkinson will get through
45.
alongside Ciaran Teehan, but I've been wrong before.
It's a big shout.
140.
This is a great scoring leg here from Jeroen, backing up that first leg win. It's exactly what you want, isn't it? When you get that first leg and you're in the game, put them under pressure even more by stretching your legs.
Yeah, dominate them.
59. Jeroen Mioch, 96.
And he has been dominating Adam Atkinson this week. He's beaten him twice.
Yeah, but those 2 big finishes, wasn't it?
Game shot on the second leg.
This is
Jeroen
clinical.
Mioch.
This is really clinical.
This is what these players can do when the pressure is removed.
Third leg, it's Jeroen to throw first. Game on.
There are very little in the way of exterior influences now. He knows he can't win the group, so he's just playing a game of darts. This is almost like a competitive practice
44.
match. And this is the kind of stuff you would see from matches like that.
Yep. Yep, it's all about maybe experimenting with a couple of only small things. Just try something different. It's all now about
60.
tomorrow and Friday and getting your spot in finals night and your hands on that $5,000 and a place, of course, in Champions
100.
Week. Winner takes away £20,000. Won't be a bad month or so.
Just imagine if an Aussie wins that. Look even better in Aussie dollars.
Yeah, was it 2-1 still?
I don't know what it is these days. It was very healthy when I won. Funny enough, it was £20,000 for my quarterfinal at the World Championship in 2009. And when it came through into my Aussie bank account, it looked quite sweet.
Oh, I bet.
First question on my mind was, how much do I owe the tax man? You don't want to get caught in that little quagmire.
30.
Hasn't changed from the blue flights from
80.
for Monday, has he? He went when he's got red on the shirt. He uses the red flights. I'll be fascinated to see if he goes back to the blue tomorrow, or maybe he's got another different shirt.
Maybe he's got a white one in the offering, and he's going to use white flights.
134.
Good visit from Adam.
Yeah, too many times this week, Adam's found himself
59.
in the mid-70s. He's a much better scorer than what he's shown this week so far.
But I always say, going forward, it's not sometimes about, it's how you deal with the performances and how you deal with the environment. And going forward, and things you can take away and go, right, I've got to work on this and work on that. Oh, he loves a big finish against him.
132. Adam, you require 123.
This one's needed now. Just misses out.
I think his main problem is, and it's something that he can learn by, is he just tries too hard.
18.
And that's the big secret of this game is playing to the best of your ability and staying 100% committed and focused, but not trying too hard.
Well, here's the thing about Jeroen as well. He hasn't got time to try too hard because he's got this little process of his. He approaches the oki, leans over, leans back, and throws. And it's something we haven't addressed this week. He actually has a very good rhythm.
59.
He's like a metronome, constantly ticking backwards and forwards. And he has the proclivity to do something exactly the same as Adam. He's got a micro prod, but it's only ever one. So it's prod back and through, whereas Adam does it multiple times.
Well, another player who's going to be in that Group B does it very similar, Chaz Barstow. It's just one rhythm, isn't it?
He's one of the best throws I've seen in years.
Yeah, just one motion. It's a thing of beauty.
Chaz reminds me of the sort of classical dart player from
58.
the 80s and 90s.
It's a bit of beating about it as well.
See the shot and throw towards it. That's how he envisages the game of darts. He doesn't overcomplicate it.
No. There was no
180.
There was no dab there, was there?
Maybe it's something he could explore. Just...
I'd be interested in watching practice. I wonder if he does it in practice, because you do see it. A lot of players do change things in the match play environment.
Well, Gary Anderson is a great example of putting that little prod in, but it's only when he aims the first start. After that, it's a continuous motion.
It's feel, isn't it?
58.
You know how well he's
Adam,
done.
Required 32.
How well he scored.
Yeah, not bad, is he? Another wonderful
Game
throw, and
shot
that's
the
a wonderful
fourth
visit. That's a
Adam
13
Atkinson.
darter for Adam. Is it just a consolation now? Again,
Fifth leg, it's
the
Jeroen to throw
averages,
first.
Jeroen
Game on.
up around 90, which again is a big move in terms of where he is annually in terms of averages.
Speaking of Gary Anderson, how do you rate his chances at the World Championship?
Well, I'm a great believer in never writing him off, because
46.
it will come back and bite you on the backside. He's more than capable of literally rocking up, and we've seen him do it before, coming into a Worlds in with little to no form.
123.
I think with someone like Gary, it's just whether they go or they don't. I don't think he worries too much. He's nothing left to prove. He's played in
99.
recent weeks. He's put in some big stuff and some good numbers. Well, last month or so.
The reason I bring him up, because he could actually play Prakash Jiwa in round 2.
140.
Because Jiwa takes on Madas Razma. That's a really big ask for Prakash, because Madas has been one of the best outside of the top 32 players this year.
77.
9 darters on
Jeroen
consecutive
Mioch,
days, didn't he, on the Pro Tour?
161.
Last year, yeah, that was remarkable. And one of the times he went for a walk after dart 8, threw the dart in the air, caught it, then hit the double 18.
41.
And that's why I call him yeah.
Madman Razma.
Well, can he beat this man?
85.
3
Jeroen
times
120.
with 3 ton plus finishes. There's your answer.
78.
I think if you'd offered him that 78, he would have taken it. Seems like such a cool customer at the back of the stage, doesn't he? He's not bothered by anything. Not wasting mental
60.
bandwidth on
Jeroen
small misses.
42.
Just looking to get the job done again. To get his points total at 18.
Game,
and that's
shots,
exactly what he's doing. He's having a
Jeroen
very
Mioch.
strong Group A, solidifying his spot in the top 3 with that win. He's now 8 points ahead of Atkinson, and he's still in a bit of a dogfight for the second spot. But he occupies that second spot now on leg difference over Ben Robb. And if you've been waiting for that Aussie-Kiwi battle for today, you won't have to wait long, because it's coming after this break.
Welcome back. A quick reflection on that previous game before the break then, and it was another Dutch demolition from the ultra-impressive Jeroen Mioch on his debut here in the Super Series. An average just shy of 94 out of 7 on the doubles, and the only man to beat him so far is that group winner in Raymond Smith. Fantastic stuff from him, and it's a battle between him and Ben Robb to finish second. Didn't look like it would be the case early in the week, but he has the better leg difference, so Robb, of course, has a game in hand. However, that game in hand is against the top dog in this group. The pair about to do battle for the 3rd time this week. Robb remains the only man to actually have beaten Raymond Smith, who wrapped up the group by beating Mioc with this 60 checkout in his previous match. Difficult dart at tops, but he found a way through the posts and into the bed. And as I mentioned, Robb, the only man to get a victory over him, did that yesterday. The only blemish on an otherwise perfect record for Raymond here on his debut week at the Super Series. So it is the 3rd meeting between the duo from Down Under. Can Robb repeat that victory yesterday, or will Raymond roll on? Back to the boys in, I was going to say in the commentary box, but it's more of a luxury suite down there. Comfortable down there, guys?
Yeah, absolutely. I got my foot spa on the go. Nico's got his massage chair. He's just enjoying a handcrafted sorbet of sorts. How we roll, Murph. That's just the way it is.
How do you take your caviar, sir?
With a glass of white, of course.
That's a line from Titanic. I shouldn't really have gone there. But we've got an oceanic battle once again, and they haven't failed to deliver.
Oh, it's been brilliant, these two, haven't they?
They've been sensational.
First,
they really have,
it's
for
Ben
me,
to throw first.
Alongside Mioc, made Group A exactly what it's about. Great camaraderie, but make no mistake, the Guru wants another victory against Ben Robb. He's got 1 out of 2, and if he's to find another
60.
one, he will be within 1 win of equaling the points total record and improving on his existing position, which is, as it stands, a record for leg difference in Group A.
60.
What I've really enjoyed is that competitive nature where they have locked horns and it's been played not with necessarily outwardly aggression, but they have really taken each other on head first, and even the walk off the stage, you can tell who's won and who's lost.
100.
You can imagine there's probably a few minutes of silence in the players' practice area before, you know, what was it you said, 3 minutes to get it all out and done.
140.
It's a bit like Rocky Balboa and Apollo Creed having a bit of an exhibition fight behind closed doors. They might love each other, but they still want to beat each other.
100.
Now, a lot of people might have got in touch with us
161.
about that quickest match, by the way, of the day, which was 6 minutes 54. And we talked about the record being 5 minutes 48. The longest match, 26 minutes and 35 seconds. So that's more than 20 minutes longer than the quickest one. That was Adrian Gray and Scott Marsh.
140. Ben, you require 62.
Could play, what, nearly five times.
First blood.
Game shot
Robb.
the first leg.
It's like 1/3 of a session with Graham Usher playing.
Well, that leg took 1 minute 41. We have the benefit of
second leg. It's Raymond to throw first,
and we can see what these legs take. And most of these players are not taking long to deliver 3 darts. That's for sure. I think the average is about 6 or 7 seconds. Isn't
100.
Yeah, someone like Raymond Smith, who's not particularly slow, he's just a little bit more deliberate. This man is
100.
Medium fast.
You could classify them like bowlers, couldn't you? Whether you're a slow right arm, whether you're a medium fast, fast medium, or
140.
Someone like Graham Usher, who was just like Curtly Ambrose, scary quick. I actually saw him in an airport last year.
134.
First time I've been starstruck in a very long time, and I thought, my word, it's Curly Ambrose. Didn't have the goal to go and talk to him. He looked way too mean. I'm sure he's a lovely man,
57.
There's always that awkward thing where you meet someone famous and you sort of strike up a conversation and they sort of ask you what you do and you go, oh, nothing really.
40.
You know, there's like sort of multiple world champions, or I remember meeting Lennox Lewis, and I was doing a top table thing, and we got introduced and he got introduced, so he would have missed all
100.
the other introductions, but of course he knew everybody else up there. There's footballers up there, and he sort of looked at me, and I was chatting passionately about the sport I love the most, and he said, oh, what was it you do? I said, oh,
Raymond, you require 104.
But yeah, that's one of the few occasions I've ever been starstruck. Actually, the opportunity to spend the night with,
96.
the evening, should I say, with Pele, and our thoughts are with him and the immediate family and loved ones.
Yeah, very much so.
That was an incredible experience.
133. Raymond, you require 8.
Double 4.
Game shown the
Very
second
good.
leg. Raymond Smith.
You don't get a double 4 better than that. Right in the middle for 1-1. And the 2 games that they've had have both gone the distance. This week I would not be shocked to see this one go the distance as well.
Yeah, 96-54 Smith, 94-8 Robb, both 100% on the doubles. This is
29.
familiar territory.
There weren't many times I got starstruck in Australia, I can tell you that, because darts as a sport over there is continually growing at a very healthy pace.
45.
Simon Whitlock walks anywhere on planet Earth, he'd probably get recognised by the penguins in Antarctica. You can't really mistake him for anybody else, apart from Gandalf.
82.
But we did, Simon and I, go to the Western Bulldogs training facility. And we met up with a few of the better players, and there was a guy who played for him called Will Minson. He was a ruckman. And
96.
he loved his darts. He loved that day. And strangely, this is one of the weirdest things that's ever happened to me. A year later, Will was injured and he was in London getting some consultation.
140.
And I saw him on the tube. I thought, I'm 11,000 miles from your home and I see you on the tube. And he was getting off at Bond Street to go and buy a suit. Really weird.
Well, there's been a bit of a crossover in recent years. Of course, cricketers always loved the darts because then we get rained off. To keep themselves occupied, they'd all play darts. But more and more footballers now, we see at the big events, don't we? Ali Pali, and
100.
they also love their darts.
Well, Roy Keane said something about 2 weeks ago, didn't he? About he doesn't like the fact that the England players are playing so much in the way of darts the day before they played. And the PDC tweeted something along the lines
40.
of, don't blame the darts, Roy.
150.
And he said, I don't like that. Playing darts before you play your football. It's not right.
Game
That's right, though. Back of the net for Ben Robb. What a finish. I think Roy Keane would approve of that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fourth leg, it's Raymond to throw first. Game on.
We've even had royalty at the Palace, haven't we?
Yeah, it was funny when Adrian kissed him on the cheek and
100.
Special Branch said, no, you can't do that.
Typical AD.
He just sees people for who they are. He doesn't see titles.
96.
He doesn't see grandeur. He just sees everybody's good side. That's what he's like.
It was a bit like when Eric went up to get his MBE and they said, oh, don't, whatever you do, don't, unless she speaks to you, don't speak to the Queen and don't turn your back and everything. And whatever you do, don't swear. And so he went through the protocol
26.
and then turned around, swore, and then went, oh, sorry, love. And apparently she laughed her head off. Brilliant story. And typically Eric.
You can't change who you are.
60.
Oh, he certainly didn't.
I'll tell you one person who I got the chance to meet a few years ago.
58.
One of the nicest people I've met, who was vastly famous, and he was so interested in darts, even though he didn't know much about it, was Kurt Angle, a very famous WWE wrestler who was a gold medalist in the Olympics of wrestling from the town of Pittsburgh, but very interested in the game itself and a fascinating individual to speak to.
Well, Matt Ward's done a lot of stuff with wrestlers, hasn't he? And of course, he owns a stable of dart players.
Yeah, good luck to all of his players at the World Championship.
Yep.
And one of them is Karol Sedlacek, who's playing against Raymond Smith.
135.
Sure, Matt Ward will be tuned into this, keeping a keen eye on one of his team's opponents.
60. Raymond,
it's good to get information,
46.
but what you're getting from Raymond is nothing short of uh-oh.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Raymond Smith.
Well, we're 4 legs in, 4 holds a throw.
Fifth leg, it's Ben to throw first.
Standard.
Game on.
Raymond Smith yet to hit the afterburner.
As far as 180s are concerned, they seem to have
42.
dried up a little bit in the middle portion of play today.
When I stopped predicting, there wouldn't be any. Oh, yeah.
Last game we had 1. Game before that we had 2. Game before that we had 1. Then 2. Then 0 in game 7 between Tien and Atkinson.
129.
But the game before that, we had a small matter of 5 between Robb and Mioc.
140.
Almost right on cue there.
This is the impressive number. Both 100%.
Both having a Desmond. 2 for 2.
85.
Did you let us know? I'm going to put you on the spot this time. There we go.
Okay, let me have it.
So, how much is in your now? There we go. Right on cue, Nico. Just for you, a max.
Thanks, Ben.
Who's your pick for the one that you fancy from the obvious group? And do you have someone that you've looked at that
Ben, you
maybe can
require 139.
come a little left field and go under the radar? Maybe have a deep run?
I'll start with a 139 for Ben. I'm just going to see if he hits this first, which he might on tops.
99.
You could hear how close that was.
I do believe MVG wins it. I think it will be title number 4 for him. I've gone from to beat Michael Smith in the final.
60. Ben, you require 40.
Double 10.
Game shot on the
He's
fifth
in front
leg.
again.
Ben Robb.
Is he the man to stop Raymond Smith from getting an equaling 28-point record?
He's winning legs in this one, Nico.
Sixth leg, it's Raymond to
15,
throw
and that was a 14.
Game on.
He's obviously more comfortable playing against Raymond than anybody else.
Which seems a little strange.
Yes, it does. But based on your question, oh, we get our second maximum 1 per player now. I've gone for MVG to win it. I've got Michael Smith to be runner-up.
30.
And I've got the other semi-finalists being Danny Noppert and Nathan Aspinall. But I do think there will be another story. Someone's going to come from the international qualifying list and do something.
We usually get that every year, don't we? A name that then tends to go on. We've had it
81.
Years. That's the beauty of having this big field, that we do get the opportunity to see players who blossom on that big stage. Well, it's the biggest stage of them all, literally.
What I will say is I haven't really pitched my tent about Bo Greaves and William O'Connor, but what I will say is that if Greaves does win that first round match, I believe she'll beat
Raymond
Gabriel Clemens.
144.
But that's a big if.
It's a big shout.
We'll talk more about the ladies' chances tomorrow when Fallon Sherrick is with us.
58.
There'll be a lot more appropriate.
To sure yourself or Murph will grab a word or two with Fallon to see how she's feeling going into
96.
next week's
Raymond to
Worlds.
require 86.
To take us all the way for their third match of the week. They won't get a fourth unless they're both in Saturday night and in the right side of the draw together.
I think he was going to go for treble 13 then.
26.
A bit of a miscount. He second-guessed himself, and I'm sure he knew he needed 73.
I think it may be the only mistake he's made this week.
60.
As long as he doesn't make a mistake this time. Double top.
Game
And
shot
we go the
six
distance.
leg. Raymond Smith.
Of course we do.
Such a... Well, 5 visits or less.
7th final leg. It's
or
Spencer throw
less.
first.
But
Game
all
on.
of Ben Robb's winning holds a throw. And 6 visits, 16 darts, 17 darts, and 17 darts for Raymond Smith. And what a time to find a max.
Weirdly, both games have been won in this fixture against the throw. So
100.
Up until now.
by that token, you would think, well, maybe Raymond's going to win this. But because of that maximum, Ben's in a great position. He's just got to back it up.
93.
That's not bad.
All you want is just that one treble every visit.
He's pretty much forcing Raymond to get his second maximum right here. Now, if he doesn't get the win, Raymond is not going to equal that record of 28 points. But because this is a tight match, he would go to plus 30 if he loses. And he'd still have a chance to get the leg difference record.
139.
Albeit not the points record.
With that interesting use of the 17s, which I certainly approve of. He was on 3-2-1. Had he hit the single 17, it would have left 304, which meant that it was just 3 darts at the same target. Had he gone for the 19s, it makes it a little more complicated. But treble 18, so just approach play.
57.
32 after 12, and a decider. Take that all day, every day, and twice on a Sunday.
Yeah, and he's 60% on his checkouts as well, so the likelihood of him hitting that 32 is vast. Raymond has not missed a double in this game. So
60.
Here's my advice, Ben. Don't give him a shot at what you've already hit in this game. Double 4. He doesn't give him a look at it. And he's the only person to beat Raymond Smith this week, and he's done it twice. Interestingly, it's going to be Smith going for the leg difference record in his final game against Danny van Tripe in game 14. But he has a losing record against the Kiwi this week. You see 50% on the checkouts for Ben, but 100% for Raymond, who doesn't put in his best display there, but still very tidy on the outer ring. We've got one more round of matches to give you here on Wednesday, and we're going to start with Jeroen Mioch against Ciaran Teehan.
Welcome back. So Ben Robb beats Raymond Smith again. He's the only man to have got the better of the group winner, and he's done the double against the Australian. 4-3 victory in a decent game there. 150. Check out the highlight for Robb in that one, who hit half of his checkout attempts. In fact, Raymond Smith didn't miss a dart at double in that one, but Robb getting over the line and getting the win. That I know Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson have been saying it doesn't really matter if you finish second or third, but I'm sure all the players want to finish as high as possible, and Robb keeps himself in pole position to finish in P2 behind Raymond Smith at the end of the group. And there's only one more round of fixtures left to play now, and it starts with a man that's chasing him for that second place, Jeroen Mioch, who is about to take on Ciaran Teehan. And I think suddenly this has become a very exciting encounter, because both players have turned it on today. Tien here taking out this 62 to defeat Danny van Tripe 4-0. He averaged 102 in that match, and Mioc has been excellent for the last couple of days as well. Yeah, so Ciaran Teehan taking on Jeroen Mioch there. Just randomly saw Danny van Tripe. It threw me off a little bit then, but it is the other Dutchman in action right now. And based on the evidence of today, I think it could really be a magical matchup, this. So let's go back to our two magicians of the microphone, Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason, to talk you through it.
Thanks, Murph. One more round of matches to go. So this is the final game that these guys will have in Group A ahead of their next challenge. For Jeroen, it's going to be Group B, so he will come back Thursday night. As for Ciaran Teehan, who's on an upward trend form-wise from Monday to Tuesday to Wednesday, he will come back tomorrow morning. But it is a young battle here, average age of 24. We love to see it. And as you can see, a career best as a development tour finalist.
And at the other end of the scale, of course, the Seniors
First
World Championship gets underway in February. If you're struggling for an idea for a Christmas present for a family member or a loved one, why not get a ticket? Tickets start at just £10. It's at the legendary Circus Tavern in Purfleet. Tickets available, www.dartshop.tv. Get involved. I'll be there. Well, I don't know for how long, but I'll be there.
I'll be there, and I know exactly for how long. 4 days. But the only thing I'm going to be lifting at the end of it is my bag.
Full of money.
93.
That's my plan. But yeah, great lineup. John Parr, David Cameron, of course, who you've seen here at the well, not here, but the other venue.
96.
Robert Thornton, who we've seen here. Bill Taylor. Trina Gulliver, Lisa Ashton, Roland
43.
Schultz, Kevin Painter.
I'm not going to lie, miss. I'd
Bob
love
Anderson.
to see you win that.
Yeah, so would I.
Nice trophy, that.
135.
You're one of the few people who could lift it comfortably, because you use, was it 45-gram dumbbells in the gym? 45 kilos, sorry,
yeah.
Not grams. We're too busy talking
95.
about grams and darts. And
well, I do 50s for 5.
Can't be far off. What does it weigh? About?
I'm not sure. It's
about 15 to 20 kilos.
57. You're only required 170.
But yeah, great idea. Or even a birthday present if someone's
96.
birthday in January or February.
136.
Get involved. John Lowe and Dennis Priestley in the VIP area. We get to meet them and whoever else is knocking about
60.
so much. If you've been to the PDC events, it's a much more relaxed environment. Very old school. You'll see all the players knocking around.
And if you're really stuck for someone who's got their birthday on Christmas Day, well, that's a great idea, isn't it?
Game shot on the
Beautiful
first
checkout
leg.
from Jeroen.
Jeroen Mioch.
I feel like I've said that quite a lot over the last few days.
Second leg, it's Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
Might be a few people in Group B, actually, who don't know anything about Mioc. Maybe
85.
the only person who's going to know anything about him is Ben Robb.
Yeah, just from this week.
81.
He definitely goes to the same jewellery store as Danny Knockout with those black earrings. It's very much, it's like a Chester Bennington look.
140.
Lead singer of Linkin Park. That's the kind of earrings he would have adorned.
Yeah, with Dirk, they're more dangly ones, which is apparently
85.
quite traditional for people in his area.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I never got to the bottom of that. That's great information.
Yeah, it's quite a thing.
56.
A regional thing, apparently.
That'll be why he hasn't worn the aubergine earrings that somebody bought him. I quite like that approach. He's a great individual, as Dirk. If you get a chance to speak to him, he's very clever. People don't give him credit enough for how smart he is.
Well, yeah, he's actually referred to as an aubergine farmer, but he actually pretty much runs the place, doesn't he? It's something to do with the logistics side of the business, and it's a huge farm.
Yeah, one of the things that they're really good at in the Netherlands is sustainable farming.
180.
Also good at hitting 180s.
120.
Ooh, tops.
Game shot on the
that
second
is
leg.
Glorious.
Ciaran Teehan.
And maybe Mioc is looking at Tien in a very different light today, because that was mint.
Third leg, it's Jeroen to throw first. Game on.
More farming. Yeah, I should imagine they all are, especially Danny van Tripe last time out. And they're probably
100.
You know, he's really struggled. And then all of a sudden today, like we've seen many times from him, you're starting to see the real Ciaran Teehan.
60.
Because this kid's got skills.
You know when Hightower in Police Academy decided to quit? You know what he did after?
No.
He was a florist.
100.
Not a job you would expect, is it?
I think the irony was the funny part of it. I wonder what these guys would be doing if they weren't playing darts. A lot of the guys that we do, and the girls, of course, that we invite here, they do have jobs away from this.
133.
Some of them are very good at what they do.
161.
You don't have a job, you see, because
80.
You love what you do. You never work a day in your life.
I get to wake up in the morning and talk darts with you. It doesn't get much better than that.
140. You only require 81.
Get that lead back.
Not seen. I misstarted a double.
56.
Again.
Ciaran, you require 68.
Close, it was audible.
How close can the big man get to double 16?
Game shot.
He doesn't miss.
Ciaran Teehan.
And right now, everybody take note of him in Group C. I think his odds tomorrow are going to be completely different to this morning.
If he plays like he's played in the last half a session, it's going to be a danger, isn't he? That's back-to-back 15 dart legs with a 120 out, a 68 out. He's had 3 140s, 5 scores of between a ton and 139. He's averaging 98.
It's going to be an interesting dynamic on Saturday here at the Super Series, because
140.
There seems to be some sort of football match happening just before we start. I forget who's playing.
What a night that will be.
57.
We'll just be open for the darts, of course. We're not open for the football. We're a darts venue. If you want to watch the
100.
football and then come to the Super Series, by all means, make your way to Portsmouth. But first, go to dartshop.tv for your tickets and make sure you've got those securely 99. In your wallet before you
Ciaran, you require
absolutely free. Go and watch the football. And then come to the Modus Live Lounge and enjoy
81.
a session of darts as Tien leaves tops after 12. Jeroen and he's back in Southampton.
Well, this is his last game.
60.
And
Ciaran,
this is his last
40.
chance to try and get second spot. The problem he's got, Ben Robb is on 20 points now. Jeroen's on 18, and he's got the superior leg difference. But if he doesn't get the points here, he is not going to be second, he will have to settle for third. I know it's not really of much consequence,
60.
second or third.
Yeah, what's more important
30.
is having, you know, the record against whoever you go through with. If you've got a positive win record, that's
Game
the priority.
shot, the fourth leg. Ciaran Teehan.
And that's 3 on the spin for the Irishman. 15, 15 and 17. First
Fifth
couple
leg,
of
it's Jeroen
misstarts
to
of the
throw
double.
first. Game on.
Well, Mioc's got a 1-2 losing record against Ben Robb, but he did win today, which makes his battle with him tomorrow just a little bit better
43.
mentally.
Although with that, is that almost counterproductive on the back of losing to Tien here?
85.
And then we look at Ciaran and how is his record against Atkinson and Danny van Tripe. That's something that we will get into tomorrow morning at 9:30. Usual time on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
It is double session day tomorrow.
100.
Well, we are on air from 9:30 and then back for a 10 p.m. start with Group B.
40.
You know how people get withdrawal symptoms from darts when it comes to the day after the World Championship finishes. So January the 4th, everybody's a bit
40.
glum. You don't have to worry.
We're back.
Because we're going to be here on January the 4th. And we're going to be here today and tomorrow. We're here today for the next, well, 30, 40 minutes.
120.
But then we'll be here tomorrow for 2 sessions of darts before the football returns on Friday, which also has 2 sessions of darts. So your sports fix is already here.
Football in the middle.
83. You're on your require 164.
We have more action next week. Before we wrap up for our, I like this from him, you know, even though it's the final game of the day, he's still doing the right things. Yeah, back for our final week next week. We wrap up on the 17th of December, my birthday.
You're on your required 32.
Again, well, actually, for the first time, I'll be spending it with the missus, not in London.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
London with an E.
Jeroen Mioch.
London. We're all doing some videos for the World Senior
Sixth
Darts
leg, it's
thing, and
Ciaran
I've
to
just
throw
seen John
first.
Parts. He's sounding
Game
more and more
on.
like Bob Bubka.
This is John Part calling into the Circus Tavern, Purfleet, Essex,
96.
for the World Seniors Darts Championship.
It's a Canadian takeover with him and David Cameron.
100.
Our colleague Ian Danta does it better than me.
Yeah, Dance will be back behind the mic for Talk Sport. Is he over doing Qatar?
Yeah, he's in
Isn't he?
Qatar right now.
96.
He's been doing interviews for the radio with the likes of Jude Bellingham. I know he enjoyed that one. And I
Enjoyed his performance.
Yeah.
96.
Who our presenter's going to be talking to on Sunday morning as the Week 7 champion. And
171.
surely before that winner is announced, we will find out who's playing in Week 8. I've seen a look at that list. You're not going to be disappointed.
No, you're not.
92. Ciaran, you
little bit of
require
everything next week.
138.
And another World Championship player.
Oh, Tien's
58.
just sailing here with another good performance.
Yeah, another performance. Sees his average into the 90s.
He could walk away with double-digit points, which,
139.
considering
Ciaran, you
the way he's played
require
earlier this
80.
week, is an excellent effort. But this might have to go and double top. Was that the call?
He's too good on the ball.
64. Jeroen, you require
I
74.
missed that tops by a country mile. Might be in trouble now.
Going to be punished.
Tell you what, he's had a few like that
58.
this week, hasn't he? On double 16 and double
Ciaran,
8.
you require 16.
Well, this one for Tien is to finish off his campaign in Group A. And just
Game,
like that,
shots,
he
and
does
match.
make
Ciaran
10
Teehan.
points for the group. But just like that, those points will be wiped as he goes back to 0 for tomorrow morning. But I am sure getting 6 points today from a possible 10 will make him feel very, very good going into his Group C challenge. As for Mioc, he's got to be pleased with 18 points. He will finish in 3rd, behind Robb and behind Raymond Smith. Smith will finish his charge in Group A in the next match, and there's only one record he can go for. It's the leg difference record, and he will get it if he gets a win after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Hightower has finished his Group A campaign on a high with a 4-2 win over Jeroen Mioch, who's been excellent all throughout the week. We'll be heading for Group B tomorrow evening. Tien will be in action in Group C in the daytime session, but he's really turned things around after not winning a game on Monday. A 91.29 average there, a 120 checkout as well, 4 out of 7 on the doubles. Really good stuff, and it sees him take his points tally in the table to double digits. 10 points for Tien, moving ahead of Adam Atkinson now, although he does have that game in hand. But the next match features a man 20 points ahead of his opponent, and look at that leg difference, 58 legs in front of his opponent as well. Raymond Smith against Danny van Trijp, and Smith has beaten van Trijp in both their meetings this week. He actually is on course to post the best ever leg difference at the Super Series. If he wins this match, he will do that, and largely down to these dominant defeats of Danny, only dropping 1 leg in their meetings across the last couple of days. And as for van Trijp, well, if he wants to avoid a double day of defeats here at the Super Series, he's going to have to do it the hard way by beating the group winner Raymond Smith. And he would lose a dozen on the bounce if he were to get beaten in this one. So van Trijp looking to avoid that fate. Raymond Smith, though, looking for that record leg difference. Can't quite match that winning record, as we mentioned in the group, because Robb beat him earlier on. He's lost a couple of games, both of them to Robb. And the penultimate match of the day is about to get going when Danny van Trijp decides to get onto the stage. Obviously running scared of Raymond Smith at the moment. I'm sure he's about to get there. But instead of listening to me rattle on, let's have a conversation between our 2 commentators, Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Thank you very much. Yes, we're waiting for Danny van Trijp to make an appearance. But interestingly enough, Mace, the losing streak that Danny finds himself on is currently 11 matches, which is the worst losing streak of the week. He's beat Ciaran Teehan for a 9-match losing streak. But we've done a little digging as to who's got the worst losing streak, and that's Aaron Turner at 17.
He went on a run of 17, which is incredible to think. But when you think about it and its effect, with Ciaran Teehan, of course, it's
First
happened
leg,
to him
it's
before, and
Raymond to throw first.
he sort of brushed
Game
it aside.
on.
Will Danny van Tripe be able to do the same thing? Or will he be damaged goods going into tomorrow? And the last player you want to face when you're on a losing streak is this man.
85.
Of that, there is no doubt. But when you're chasing a record, I mean, maybe Raymond's aware of it. Maybe he's not. Maybe he doesn't care. But any win, whether it's 4-3, 4-2, 4-0, 4-1, that record
60.
will be broken. But if he loses this match, that plus 30 record in leg difference in a Group A scenario will remain for Chris Gilliland of Northern Ireland.
55.
Because Smith currently stands on that mark. Depends which side of the fence he falls down. The winning side or the losing side?
100.
As we've seen by Tien, players do have that bounce back ability, but it's a big ask.
59.
Wasn't really a word, was it, until about 15 years ago?
Bounce back ability?
Yeah.
No.
You know any words that have been added to the dictionary this year?
Oh, there has been a few, hasn't there?
I think there has been. I can't keep up with it, really, because with all these young whippersnappers making up words, some of them make sense, some of them don't.
Raymond, you require 156.
I usually make up a few. Be able to make this 156 up. Oh, just misses the second travel. Not a bad second prize with your opponent on a non-finish, though. 140 to leave double 8. We know how good he is on that part of the board. We know how good he is on double 4 if he does go inside, which is probably why he's not scared to approach the double aggressively. But that's a lovely visit.
16.
2 8s.
Game shot on the first leg. Raymond Smith
pins it. 16 dart hold. 1-0.
Second leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on. $58.
I've just been looking up some new words for the dictionary, actually. I'm sure
100.
One of our backroom staff has probably memorized them all by now.
Yeah.
He's a bit of a wizard when it comes to words and numbers.
135.
Apparently anti-work is a new word.
Why doesn't that surprise me?
60.
Oh, you can't believe it when something like this makes... This is actually a word, and if I'm ever using words with friends again, I'm going to use this as a word. OOO. Out of office. That's a word now.
128.
Isn't that called something else, though?
It's like an abbreviation.
Yeah, that's the one.
I didn't realize an abbreviation could be a word.
No.
55.
But this one you're going to like. Paternity. As in paternity leave. A brief
100.
leave of absence for employees who are adding a new pet to their household.
No, that's one I like. As long as it's, yeah, I like that. Wonder if I can apply, although I'm not getting another cat.
140. Danny, you require 80.
Be the cat man. And he's gone for tops. Albeit not bravely.
60.
He's trying to make something happen that I can get behind. Sometimes when you're going for shots like that, you don't think about the pressure of the situation you're under. You just go for something that feels a bit more
105. Danny, you require
fluent
20.
or a little bit of flair, like.
Absolutely.
Game shot on the second leg. Danny
Just
van
try
Tripe.
and manufacture some confidence from somewhere.
Third leg, it's Raymond to throw first.
There's a lot of different sections on the dartboard to take different shots out. You don't have to go the textbook way. In these competitive environments, it's encouraged
60.
because there is logic in doing some things a certain way. But when you've got one more match left, give it your all, which he's doing with the first max of this match. And then come tomorrow morning, he can wipe the slate clean. And I've lost count of how many times people have had bad Group A's, but they've been able to rebound in Group C. Tien's done it. Barry Bates has done it. Graham Usher's done it last week. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. He's on another 9-darter. He hit one in Southampton. If this goes, this is a mic drop.
He's just 3 darts away
60.
from joining
Danny
a very elite club.
141.
A big smile from Danny van Tripe, as if to say, I know how that feels. But the last time I was on that number after 6, I got it hit. And that was his first competitive 9-darter as well.
121.
But albeit, without the 9, he's still on double 10 after 9. And he could have the best leg of the week.
Yeah, we've had a couple of 11s today.
140. Danny required 20.
20 for 10.
15.
I think we may have just seen the reason why he's at the bottom of the table. Some of his double stats have not made for good reading, but even worse than that, in some matches he hasn't had enough chances.
136. Danny required 5.
This is no gimme.
No score.
And Raymond can steal it.
48.
Darts can be a cruel, cruel mistress. He was on a 9-darter, but he could lose the leg. And he does lose the leg. Oh, that's going to hurt.
How often do we see it, though? How many legs are lost where players are on a 9? It's more than you would think. Someone did find me the stat on it, and it just seems such a regular thing.
Well, look at the sympathy levels of Raymond Smith.
100.
There wasn't any. Well, you're thinking about 9s and 10-darters, and he's just plodding his way to a double.
83.
You're not looking at his score, and then all of a sudden you miss a couple, and bang, just like that.
58.
That may be why he's such a good set player. Because even when you think you're miles behind in it, like some people will just think, oh, it's gone. I'll just fling the darts until the next leg. He doesn't do that.
60.
No. No, he does have a almost stoic approach. You just get absolutely nothing from him.
60.
What he also does, as you can see from that angle there, the darts are going in quite upright, but he still likes to get them above each other. It's quite an unusual tactic, actually. That's a player who knows how his darts arc through the air.
Yeah, and he can just soften his throw as well, which is another incredible technique. So he can sometimes pitch them high and just take something off them, so they will gently drop on top.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that Van Tripe is very much an overstacker, as Sid used to say it. 177's the magic number here.
177.
There you have
Danny
it.
required 58.
The only way to get rid of him is to hit the double.
38.
And yet again on that single 18, he was very close to that treble.
Yeah, it wasn't a million miles away, was it? Will this be a mill away? No.
The fourth leg.
Finds the double 10. Gets the break. Leads 3-1. Throws for the match.
Fifth leg. It's Raymond to
wins this leg on throw. It will be a new leg difference record for the Super Series of +33.
100.
Now let's work it out, because it's funny. If it's 4-1 Smith, the difference in legs between the two of them
140
would be 64.
Yeah, so I was just going to ask you that, because I was just trying to work it out.
It'd be minus 31 for DVT
97.
and plus 33 for Raymond Smith.
It is staggering. And this is a guy,
60.
who, as you mentioned, in Southampton, is it a 9-darter?
He's had a good year.
Yeah.
He's got a tour card this year. He's had a 9-darter this year. He's had a tournament win this year. This MODUS Super Series format can have you for breakfast.
140.
Seriously tough school.
What I'd like to see from him tomorrow on Friday, though, is a really big bounce back. And I've seen that from many a young player. But is this finishing Group A with a bang?
96.
That'll do.
Yep, down to 68 after 12. All Danny can do is try and apply pressure and hope.
43. Raymond requires 68.
He's done neither.
It's been a typically Raymond Smith approach to this game, averaging over 92 and 60% on doubles.
Game, shots.
It's just got a little bit better.
Raymond
In fact,
Smith.
it's 2 out of every 3 he's hit, 4 out of 6 to be exact in his performance. And he has now just set a new MODUS Super Series leg difference record for any group. But in Group A, he's gone 26 points, winning 13 from 15. And that leg difference record is plus 33 now. Chris Gilliland's record has stood all year, but now it's gone. Danny van Tripe is gone from Group A. Raymond Smith graduates to Saturday night. We've got one more game to come your way, and it's going to be Ben Robb against Adam Atkinson. Don't miss that.
Welcome back. It's time to talk to the man of the moment. It's a belated congratulations, actually, Raymond, because you've wrapped up the group quite a while ago. But well done. You're through to Saturday. Just sum up how you're feeling after your performance. It's not just today, but the last 3 days.
Yeah, no, I'm feeling very, very, very happy. My pegging has been fantastic. My clutch shooting has been fantastic. I just need to up my scoring. I think last year's Worlds, my 140 count was very high. I don't feel as though it was pretty high this one, but yeah, no, I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, and you should be. We'll take a look at the league table. Not only are you top of it, but I can confirm that leg difference column there, plus 33, that's a record. That's the highest we've ever had in that department at the Super Series. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, pretty excited, pretty happy. Definitely very, very happy. I'm grateful for the opportunity and to do things like this as an added bonus.
Yeah, it's been almost perfect, hasn't it? But there has been one player who's been a bit of a thorn in your side this week. Robb there in second place. He's managed to get a couple of wins. So hopefully for you, you'll be looking to settle the record on Saturday when you come back.
Yeah. Well, I think the way that the games have been going, I hope I dodge him. But you know, he could have beat me on the first day, and he beat me in the next two. I don't know what it was. I just didn't fire, and he was just plugging shot after shot after shot. Now, yeah, too good. Shake hands, move on.
You say your scoring hasn't been as good as it could be. You're a hard taskmaster, by the way, 'cause it's been pretty decent. But one thing that has been brilliant has been your finishing. And we're going to take a look at some of the highlights from this week now. You've got checkouts like this, a 104, where you're going to see a 124 and a 170. Are you going to the board approaching these finishes because you've been hitting them so regularly, thinking, I'm going to get this almost every time?
Yeah, I practice these a lot at home, so this is what I practice for. So when the opportunity comes up in the games, I'm ready for them. So 100%. Like my bull shooting is probably some of the best in Australia, definitely. But when the opportunity comes on, I'm one of those guys that if you give me a sniff, I'll take the shot.
Yeah, it was interesting actually, because on Monday you kept missing the bullseye and then taking out the 25, didn't you? But since then, the ball's been going first start nearly every time.
Yeah, and I appreciate. But I mean, my 25 shooting coming back has been very, very good because that's the way I play. So I don't, 25's not a foreign shot for me. So it works in my favour the way I play. It just worked out this week.
But what's the plan between now and Saturday? Have you thought that far ahead yet?
Yeah, so I think I'm going to go home and work on my scoring a little bit more. So I'll try and get my first 9 a lot better than what I've been playing here. My double shooting's always good, so I'll go home and I'll keep working on that because that's what's got me through to the next stage.
Well, you'll take a lot of beating on Saturday night. Well done this week.
Thanks.
Straight back to the practice board. Not satisfied with record-breaking numbers. There is one more match left to play today in this group, and it is Robb taking on Adam Atkinson. So it's back to Paul and Chris.
Yes, thanks, Chris, and thanks to the guy who was just talking to, Raymond Smith, as well. That was a fascinating chat and so down to earth and so ready for the challenge. But interesting that he said that he may want to dodge Robb. I don't want you to. I'd like you two to have another battle on Saturday night because you guys do deliver fantastic games. But will Adam Atkinson be joining Raymond Smith on Saturday night? He'll have to negotiate Group C, whereas Ben will have to go through the evening session over the next couple of nights. Late night Robb coming your way on Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, Game on. Greg on a Thursday and Friday night. Looking forward to that. But he's so matter-of-fact, isn't he, Raymond Smith? There's nothing... There's an assuredness about him, no arrogance.
He's a bit like the Dalai Lama of darts, isn't he?
180.
A great belief in the process of putting in the practice and then coming out and delivering. I'm a
100.
fan.
I don't think you're the only one. I think he's going to grab fans.
Yeah, I was a huge fan when we first got a look at him when he had that brilliant run at the Worlds, but to actually sort of get to know 96. Him even more on a well, just up close and personal, isn't it?
140.
Interestingly enough, he was part of the same session as me when I was last in the World Championship in 2018.
Well, when that bizarre run of results meant that you lost your card.
140.
It was a bizarre session, in fact, where the lights went out.
Correct.
The less said about that game, the better.
100.
And the game before it,
85.
between Michael Barnard and Jose de Souza, which is, to a lot of people, one of the worst games they've ever seen.
Who would have thought then that Jose would go on and
60.
achieve what he's
Ben,
done?
you require 161.
So that was on the back of Barnard winning the Challenge Tour, and he was absolutely unplayable in that.
97. Adam, you require 25.
He's hitting 100 averages all over the place.
just looked up actually who Raymond played in that session. It was Alan Tabben. He lost by 3 sets to 2 with an 86 average. That was his debut.
Not too shabby.
48.
Oh, that's unfortunate. A
Adam,
lot of the time
16.
that would nestle in the double 8. Let's see if Adam can find it. I wonder if he's going to make the PDC World Championship in the next couple of seasons.
Game shot on the first leg. Adam Atkinson.
Application, isn't it?
Second leg, it's Ben to throw first. Game on.
How do you think these players feel when they're split up from Group A? Are there players they'll be thinking, oh, I'm glad to be rid of you for a couple of days?
Yeah, and there'll be somewhere you sort of get to know each other so well over the course of 3 days, you get comfortable.
80.
Well, I'm sure I would just like to have another look at a different group and pit my play against theirs.
You could find as well with people travelling from New Zealand, from Australia, from different parts of the UK and different parts of Europe, especially in a group like this. You might make new friends. Yeah. And it could open up opportunities for other tournaments that you might want to go to, or even
99.
You might, knowing the Aussies and the Kiwis as I do, you might get invites. Oh yeah, come over.
Yep.
And you think, you know what? Why not go and play in the tournament in New Zealand or Australia, or do something like that? And it might open up a different avenue to your life.
Well, it's always that opportunity to sofa surf. We've all done it, I'm sure, travelling to tournaments and taking advantage of
56.
The offer of a bed for the night.
I remember going to
96.
My old pal Rod Crawford's place. I was talking about this with Simon Whitlock at the weekend. He lives in Goulburn, just outside of Canberra. And whenever the Goulburn Open was on,
32.
we'd all pile into Rod's house. And he had this outbuilding that he would retrofit into a darts place filled with beds. It had a pizza oven, a barbecue. It had the lot. It had a practice board and everything.
You wouldn't get me out of there.
Oh, it was unreal. What a guy, Rod Crawford. Oh, so hospitable.
Very much like
132. Ben, you require 32.
The Australian players coming over as they stay down with him.
Yeah, Hotel Whitlock has now got a vacancy. His GG's gone home.
And his guinea pigs and cats and dogs and chickens and...
I've lost count of how many different animals he's got now.
Third leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Whitlock Zoo.
Well, Ben Robb is going to be making his third appearance at Alexandra Palace in the coming week. On his debut, he was beaten by 3 sets to 0 by Ron Meulenkamp, which at the time was a very tough game. But in 2022, last year, he lost out to Rusty Jake Rodriguez, who was on a bit of a mission last year. And this year he's got Mickey Mansell, so a very, very different kettle of fish compared to last year.
Has Ron Meulenkamp made it this year into the World?
I don't think he did.
No, in the back of my mind, I seem to remember reading somewhere that he's not in.
No, he's not had a good season, Ron. But the one thing that Ron Meulenkamp can do is adjust.
Well, he has gone on quite a fitness campaign, hasn't he? He's had a bit of a lifestyle change. He's lost a lot of weight, and that
changed his throw, and
that takes some time to adjust into.
$85. Adam, you require 128.
I said earlier, Mace, that you probably don't want to hit the treble on this 128.
No. Because now it's awkward to stay because there's something in the way. Unless it sits up like it can sometimes beautifully. Otherwise, you've got to go 42, 32.
76. Ben, you require 155.
You had a crack at this earlier. Double 19.
136.
it again.
Same old.
Adam Mioc, 52.
At the moment, Adam's just hanging in there by his fingertips.
Game
Yeah,
shot on
that's
the
a good
third
leg.
leg.
15
Adam
darter.
Atkinson.
And Robb is now needing 3 out of the next 4 to make his
leg,
way
it's
to
Ben to throw
22
first.
points
Game
and not
on.
winning the group.
Yeah, we're going to have to delve a little deeper in that, and I can't think of too many people on 22 and not winning the group.
140.
Just looking over that match that Ben Robb had against Raymond Smith, and his 4 winning legs in that match was 3 15s and a 14 on throw, so forcing
96.
Raymond Smith into finding 12 darters to be, well, not just competitive in the match, but to win it.
93.
I just cast my eye over all of the averages for today as well. We've only had one gracing 3 figures, and it's come from Ciaran Teehan. 101.9. That was a great display against Danny van Tripe. That was
100.
the quickest match of the day as well. Quite surprised to see the best average coming from the person who's going to finish 5th in the table.
135.
Tough school. And just remember, if you are planning on having a little bit of a flutter over the next couple of days, just remember that Tien has had a pretty good day today. He's bagged 6 points and a leg difference of +6.
Ben, you require 133.
That's exactly what Jeroen Mioch has got as well. The only person having a better day than that currently, Raymond Smith, 8 points and +7. But Ben Robb wins this game. He will also walk away with 8 points for the day.
He's on target for 2-2.
94.
Tops after 12.
Ben, you require 40.
He's left that 128 again.
Don't think he'll get a go.
Game shot on the 4th
Lovely
leg.
14
Ben
darter.
Robb.
Ben Robb has been averaging around a ton throughout the entirety of this contest so far.
5th leg, gets Adam to throw first. Game on.
1-2 to Adam Atkinson's 88.7, but somehow still on throw.
Yeah, how is he averaging 100 and he's missed 7 darts at a double? What would he be averaging if he'd been perfect on the doubles?
180.
Well, there you have it. That is another 180. A 4th already, and we've only had 4 and a bit legs.
Yeah, Atkinson definitely looking
81.
more comfortable today. Growing into the challenge. He will have an advantage over those coming in tomorrow, of course. He will have had
96.
match time. He would have had time to make those adjustments and get himself somewhere around his best.
100.
Well, some people who live in this area, Mace, will know that there is a plethora of local competition midweek. I do believe there is something happening locally. I wonder if some of these guys will attend. Some of them do. They don't get enough of darts playing here. They tend to look for local stuff to try and keep going.
Well, a few of them could go home, maybe have a nap, have some food. I think the event
58.
starts
Adam, you require 102.
this evening. Well, the last time I went to it, I lost to an Aussie, of course. Brando Weaning in the semis, and he played an Aussie in the final in Simon Whitlock.
Didn't Brando beat him?
He did.
35.
Yeah, Simon told me about that.
He gave me an absolute pumping. He hit the ball going for the ball to win the ball, and then
41.
started with a 180.
Adam, you require
then hit
67.
another 180 in the start of the next leg, and then hit 180 in the next leg, and in the 4th leg, I said he started with a 140. I said, "Oh no, 180! It won the next throw." But thanks.
Ruthless, just
Game
like
shot
that.
on the 5th leg.
From Adam Atkinson, who gets to 3. Maybe only 1 leg left if he can break Ben Robb here.
High quality match.
6th leg, gets Ben to throw first. Game on.
How do you think Ben Robb will feel about his campaign? You think he'll be happy with
134.
what he's done?
Yeah, I think he's thrown a lot of really, really good stuff. I think, like most as they're evolving, suffers in the B game department, but again, it's
60.
something that can be worked on.
Well, one thing he's going to have to get used to the next couple of days is what we call the MODUS Super Series jet lag. Going from the early shift to the late shift.
He seems quite a laid-back character. I think he'll manage that okay.
If he's anything like Mark Webster, he can sleep at the flick of a switch.
140.
I've never seen anything like it. Honestly, I've shared with Mark on so many occasions. He says, I'm just going to go for a nap. And by the time I come back about 90 seconds later, he's out.
140.
Kevin Painter's exactly like that as well. He could sleep on a clothesline.
There's a picture for you. Got a picture in my mind right now of Kevin Painter dangling from a clothesline like a bat.
44. Ben, you require 130.
I'd be always looking to get up to mischief, and you're not going out again, are you? Yeah.
90.
A good leave there from Ben.
Yep.
His average is rather large compared to his opponent. This has been a decent game with 4 maxes in it.
81. Ben, you require 40.
And 6 holds of throw. Incoming.
Game shot on the 6th
Takes us the distance.
Ben Robb.
With another 15 darter.
7th and final leg. It's Adam to throw first.
So what's it going to be, Nace? Is it going to be the only break of throw in the match, or is Adam going to walk away with 12 points and 4th place? Now, if he is to get 4th place in the table, he must win this leg. If he doesn't, he will finish 5th.
21 scores of a ton or more in the match.
And as good as the stats have been, they've had 22 darts at a double and hit 6.
Yep. The percentages have been
56.
Twice as good. They'd have both been... Well, Ben Robb would most definitely have been averaging in excess of a ton.
140.
You talk about the integrity of the players. There's absolutely nothing to play for here. You'd think they're playing for a place in the final.
It's like I always say, play your best, whether you're playing for 300 grand or a packet of Twiglets. Other snacks are available.
81.
Not a fan of those.
Bit too much yeast extract.
I'm quite partial to a bit of Marmite on toast, though.
40.
Different vessel. He's looking to set up the finish, going 18s first. It's the right thing to do.
43.
But the big rig has got a chance. From 264, he might even have 9 darts from here.
52.
Just misses the 54 to leave the 170. So, confirmation for tomorrow as this one comes to a conclusion. Oh, and how can he fill it? There's your answer to leave a ton.
162.
Stunning visit from Adam Atkinson. Really has expressed himself today on that board.
62.
Plenty of 180s.
Adam, you require 100.
Really, really good stuff. But he will be back tomorrow morning with Carl Wilkinson, Ciaran Teehan, Danny Van Tripe, Dylan Slevin, and Fallon Sherrock.
80.
I'm going to say,
Ben, you require 150.
With a positive. This man is back tomorrow night with Charles Barstow, Jeroen Mioch, Peter Jakes, and Prakash Jiwa.
90. Adam, you require 20.
Makes
Game,
the adjustment
and the match,
and
Adam
ends his
Atkinson.
day on a high against the high-flying Ben Robb, who, as I confirmed, will be back tomorrow night with Jeroen in Group B. There's the end numbers. It was Ben Robb with the higher average of the two, but it's Atkinson who gets the 2 points in our final match of this Group A. Well, let's go up on the balcony. Let's have a chat with the boys.
Yeah, thanks, Mace. Good win for Adam Atkinson, that, Paul. Does it give him confidence going into the rest of the week in Group C?
I'd have to say so. That was a really difficult game for him, but it was a really good contest from start to finish, really. The fact that he was able to give himself those shots in the last leg and take that 7th hold of throw just goes to show that he's got plenty in the locker for the next couple of days.
Let's get final confirmation of the Group A table at the end of 3 days of action. It is Danny van Tripe, Ciaran Teehan and Adam Atkinson going into Group C, Jeroen Mioch and Robb going into Group B, but the star of the show has undoubtedly been the winner, Raymond Smith.
Undoubtedly. I think we've got a couple of days now where we're going to commentate on other people, but we can almost look forward to Saturday night and what we'll get next from Raymond. A superb display. I'm not surprised to see it. He is that good. Yeah, really good stuff. As we mentioned before, a record-breaking leg difference there with that plus 33. When you consider that Danny van Tripe was on minus 31, that shows the golfing class. But Danny van Tripe might need to play himself into form this week, not just to get to Saturday night potentially, but ahead of the World Championship. If I was a friend of Danny van Tripe right now, I would approach him and say, do you know what? Other people have been in your position before, and by the end of the week, their mood is very different. This was just the first round of your tournament. It's all done now. You've got all of those reps in the tank. Now, all you've got to do is just refresh your mind. Don't focus on the mindset that you've got right now. Focus on a nice, fresh one come tomorrow morning. Yeah, we're done in Group A this week, but it's back to zero, a restart, a refresh for everybody who's moving into Groups B and C, and they are joined by a new batch of players. We'll take a look at those brackets right now. I don't think we will get a look at the brackets in a moment, Paul, but we know some of them anyway. So talk to us about some of the players that are coming in, because there are big names, aren't there? Well, it doesn't come much bigger than Fallon Sherrick, obviously. One of the most written about players over the last 2 or 3 years. And in Group C, she's going to start pretty early. And Dylan Slevin's going to come in from Ireland, slightly unknown prospect. But when it comes to the other opponent in Group C, you look at Big Wilkie. He's just a lovable guy from Barnsley, and he's going to cause problems for the rest of them. Yeah, Sherrick and in Group B, Prakash Jiwa both playing at the World Championship themselves as well. But I know that Chris Mason really fancies Chaz Barstow's chances. Do you agree? Yes, but maybe not with the same conviction as, say, 12 months ago. In 2021, in the previous studio, he was absolutely unbelievable, putting in numbers that you could only dream of. In Champions Week here, a few weeks ago, he just didn't look in the same sort of form, but I put that down to the fact that he was playing during the day. I think he's a very different beast at night. I think he's a bit of a night owl, so watch out for him. And he, of course, was gearing up for a World Championship bid himself last year. Just one final word on that, really. Have we seen in this group, and do you think we'll continue to see this week and next week, a kind of difference in the way that players are coping with the pressure ahead of Ali Pali? Raymond Smith has been on a roll, keeping calm, carrying on. Danny van Tripe may be playing with a little bit of pressure on his shoulders? Yeah, maybe. I think it all depends on what happens with Danny the next 3 days, but maybe next week we'll see some players who might be shouldering the same sort of pressures, but I think we've been spoilt this week with the Guru because he handles pressure better than probably 99% of dart players on this planet. He's not called the Guru for nothing. He just seems to have the answers. Yeah, you can see him again on Saturday night, whether it's here in Portsmouth at the Live Lounge. You can get tickets via dartshop.tv. They're absolutely free. And it's free to watch as well, Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. But before then, we've got 2 days of double sessions. The action resuming 9:30 a.m. in those places for the start of Group C, and then 10 p.m. in the evening for Group B. But in Group A, as Paul has just said, it has been glory for the Guru. See you tomorrow.